Good morning, all of you. Am I audible to all of
you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll try to. I think my screen is also visible, right?
Yeah.
Visible, sir.
Okay. Yeah, once again, very good morning to all of you. Last class, we were looking into something called culture in a business, how communication process happens in a business, and how cultural factors influence communication process in a business structure. What is the subculture? All those stuffs we were discussing in the previous class. Today's,
Sir,
yes.
can we interrupt, sir? Sir, this is the first class with you for us. This is semester 2 MBA.
Yeah. Oh. So it's not IB, huh?
No, sir, it's not.
Oh, sorry. I'm in the wrong class, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning to all.
Yeah.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
I think now the confusion is over. Is it second semester class?
Yes, sir, this is second semester.
So operation research only, no?
Yes, sir.
Oh, confirmed. Okay, thank you. Is the screen visible?
Right, sir.
Visible, sir.
Yes. So today's topic, as I already told, linear programming, a very important chapter. Definitely you will get a question from this chapter. So let me first of all tell you what this linear programming means. So in mathematics, linear programming refers to a mathematical model or method of optimizing the operations. Of course, when there are some constraints. So when there are some constraints within which we have to operate, how to optimize our operation. To solve that problem, a mathematical model has been evolved, One of such mathematical models is linear programming. The very purpose of this linear programming is to optimization, which means it may be either maximization or minimization. Both are optimization. Optimization may be either maximization or minimization. How is it possible? Let me give an example. Say, as a businessman, you want to sell products. When you sell products, what a rational businessman used to expect is he always wants to have more amount of sales revenue, maximum sales revenue. Or as a businessman, if you want to earn profits, what a rational businessman will think always try to maximize his profits. So when a question of sales, profit, income, revenue, all these things arises, we used to maximize our income, maximize our revenue, maximize the sales, maximize the profits. But on the other hand, when the question of cost of production comes, cost of production, any businessman for that matter generally wants to minimize the cost. So no businessman will try to maximize the cost. He will try to maximize the profit, and while it is cost, try to minimize the cost. Therefore, optimization refers to both ends, maximization as well as minimization. Now, both these issues are being addressed to by this linear programming model. I think, are you able to understand?
Yes.
So optimization is the very purpose of linear programming model. We can say that this is considered as an optimization method, either to maximize or minimize the objective function of the given mathematical model with the set of some requirements which are represented in the linear relationship. So the very purpose is to find the optimal solution. So that is the meaning of linear programming. And this model is being widely used in mathematics, not only in mathematics, but also even in our business situation and some other fields like economics, telecommunication, manufacturing fields. Many things are there. In many fields, this model is being used. Now, what are the assumptions based upon which this model is functioning? So any model for that matter will function upon certain conditions. Those conditions are called assumptions. Linear programming is a model which is considering different inequalities relevant to a particular situation and calculates the best value that is needed in those conditions. Therefore, some of the assumptions which are to be considered for making this model a workable model are: number one, the linear function is to be optimized. It is functioning on linear function. It is based on linear function. The linear function is the objective function. What is the objective function? Like optimization. Optimization include either maximization or minimization. So that is the linear function is the first assumption that is called optimum function. That is the first assumption of linear programming model. Then I said in the beginning, this model works under some constraints. When there are certain constraints, some limitations, then under such limitations or constraints, how to optimize, that is the very purpose of this model. Therefore, whatever may be the constraints, the number of constraints should be expressed in quantitative terms. That is very important. Whatever be the constraints to be expressed in terms of some measurable units. Then the relationship that exists between constraints and the objective function should be linear. There should be a linear relationship between the constraints and variables. Then only you can adopt this model. This model will work effectively. So this linear programming model contains certain characteristics. It has a constraint, it has an objective function, linear relation is very important, and then finiteness. That means everything should be fixed. Infinite factors cannot be taken into consideration to arrive at the feasible solution or optimal solution. Then non-negativity constraints also present. Here we have either positive constraint or zero constraint. We don't have any negative value under this consideration, about which I will explain when I just work out the problem. And the decision variables, these decision variables only will decide the outcome of the problem. It gives the ultimate solution to the problem. The first step is to identify, therefore, what are the decision variables which are to be taken into consideration to operate this model. So these are all various characteristics. I repeat: constraints, objective function, linear relation, finiteness, non-negativity, and the decision variables. These are the various characteristics of linear programming model. Now let us let us take into the account the way in which the problem is to be solved. That is very important. Say, first of all, the very first step in linear programming problem is mathematical formulation of linear programming problem. Is it visible on the screen? Mathematical formulation of linear programming problem, LPP.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let me now explain one problem and tell you how to solve this problem. Now, first of all, when a problem is given, that should be converted into a mathematical model. All problems may not be given in a mathematical model. When a problem is given narrative, descriptive style, it should be converted into a mathematical model. That is called formulation of linear programming problem. That is first part of this topic, mathematical formulation of linear programming problem. Whenever a problem is given in a descriptive style, it should be converted into mathematical model. How it should be done? Now, go through this problem please quickly. I will read out this. A firm manufactures two products, A and B, and on which the firm expects a profit per unit as 3 rupees and 4 rupees. 3 rupees per unit as profit for product A, 4 rupees per unit as profit for product B. I hope it is clear. Two products, A and B, profit per unit is 3 rupees, 4 rupees respectively for A and B. Now each product is to be processed on two machines. Machine 1, M1, and machine 2, M2. There are two machines upon which each product A and B are to be processed. The processing time required is given. Product A requires 1 minute processing time on machine 1 and 2 minutes on machine 2. I repeat, product A requires 1 minute time on machine 1 and 2 minutes time on machine 2. Similarly, product B requires 1 minute of processing time on machine 1 and 1 minute on machine 2. Now, machine 1 is available for 7 hours and 30 minutes, whereas machine 2 is available for 10 hours during any working day. Find the number of units of products A and B to be manufactured to get maximum profit. Formulate the above as linear programming problem. Just go through the problem quickly. I will explain how it should be converted into mathematical model. So you take a screenshot of this so that you can again refer to that. So for your benefit, let me give the gist of this problem again. Listen to the gist and note down carefully. Two products are manufactured, A and B. Right? Two products are manufactured, A and B. Profit per unit of A 3 rupees, for B 4 rupees. Profit per unit of A 3 rupees, for B it is 4 rupees. Profit per unit. Now each product is to be processed through two machines. They are called M1 and M2. Product A is to be processed through M1 first and then M2 next. How much time it takes? 1 minute in M1, 2 minutes in M2. Similarly, product B takes 1 minute in M1 and 1 minute in M2. Right. Then, how much time is available? That is the constraint in this problem. We are not left with abundant time. The time available is a constraint, it is a limitation. Per day, for machine 1, the time available is 7 hours and 30 minutes. That is the first constraint. We can use only 7 hours and 30 minutes. We can use machine 1 only for 7 hours and 30 minutes. Similarly, machine 2 is available only for 10 hours during any working day. So that is second constraint. Machine 1 is available only for 7 hours 30 minutes. Machine 2 is available only for 10 hours. So these are the two constraints. Now, within this constraint, we have to manufacture product A or product B or both so as to maximize our profit within the available time. That is the challenge before us. That is a question to be decided. Find the number of units of products A and B to be manufactured to get maximum profit. Therefore, it is a maximization case. It is a maximization case. I told optimal solution may be either maximization or minimization. This problem is a maximization case because it is about profit. When it is about profit, profit is to be maximized. Revenue, sales, income, all these are to be maximized. So it is a maximization case. Understood? Now you just note down step by step what is to be done to formulate this problem. Now the profit per unit of A is 3 rupees, B is 4 rupees, right? Now we have to maximize the profit by manufacturing either product A or product B or product both. Let us assume that. Let us assume the number of units of product A to be manufactured is equal to X1. Before that, I have converted this problem into this table. We are going to manufacture product A, product B. Time required for processing in M1, M2. Product A 1 minute, 2 minutes. Product B 1 minute, 1 minute. Profit per unit to be 3 rupees, 4 rupees. Whatever given in the problem is tabulated now for easy understanding. Total time available. Total time available for machine 1 450 minutes. I have converted everything into minutes. What is given in the problem is 7 hours and 30 minutes. So converting into minutes, it becomes 450 minutes. For machine 2, 10 hours is the total time available. 10 hours instead of 10 hours, I have taken it as 600 minutes. That's all. The problem is converted into this table first. Then we have to formulate it into linear programming problem. How to formulate this table into linear programming problem? Let me explain you now. First step, did you take down this problem? Table, noted down. So these inputs we are going to take now. Just a minute to note down this table and proceed further. To complete, please tell me. We'll move on to the next part. Yes, please. Completed.
Yes, sir.
Now, how to formulate this into mathematical model, linear programming model? Let number of units of product A to be manufactured is equal to X1. Note down these steps clearly, please. Let number of units of product A to be manufactured is X1 and number of units of product B to be manufactured is X2. Let us assume like this. We don't know what and how many units are to be manufactured now. Let it be X1 and X2 for A and B respectively. Clear? It is an assumption only. We are moving with assumption. Let number of units of product A to be manufactured is equal to X1. That is, that X1 refers to number of units of product A. Similarly, X2 for product B. Clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Then profit per unit of A is 3 rupees, for B it is 4 rupees. Profit per unit of A is equal to 3 rupees, for B it is 4 rupees. Then what I am going to do is I will find out the maximum profit that the firm can expect. Say profit per unit of A is 3 rupees, whereas how many units of A we are going to manufacture?
X1.
X1. Therefore, the total profit of product A is equal to 3 into X1. 3X1. Profit to be manufactured earned from product A is 3X1. Similarly, how much profit that we expect to earn from product B? Can you tell?
4x2.
4X2. Because 4 rupees per unit. X2 units we are going to manufacture. Therefore, total profit should be 4X2. So put together, let us presume that from A we are getting a profit of 3X1, from B we are getting a profit of 4X2. Therefore, what will be our total profit? 3X1 plus 4X2. This X1 and X2 is the maximum number of units that we expect to manufacture. Therefore, this profit will be maximum profit. This maximum profit is symbolically referred as maximize Z is equal to 3X1 plus 4X2. That is our objective. Therefore, it is called objective function. Is it clear up to this? Is it clear up to this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, profit from
Yes, sir.
product. Yes, I'll continue. Profit from product A is 3X1, profit from product B is 4X2. So total profit is 3X1 plus 4X2. X1 and X2 are the maximum number of units that we expect to produce. Therefore, the maximum profit is 3X1 plus 4X2. It is symbolically, entered as maximize Z. Z is the objective function, notation for objective function. Maximize Z is equal to 3X1 plus 4X2. Our objective is to maximize the profit. Therefore, this is called objective function technically. Then we have two constraints. That two constraints are to be mathematically represented. How it can be done? Just listen, please. Now, time required to manufacture 1 unit of product A on machine 1 minute. Am I correct? Let us take machine 1 and find out how much time totally we have to take to manufacture both product A and product B. In machine 1, to manufacture product A and product B, how much total time we require, that we are going to find out first. So 1 minute time of processing is required for product A in machine 1. How many units of product A we are going to manufacture? X1 units we are going to manufacture. 1 minute per product. So x1 units into 1 minute. 1 x1 is the time required to manufacture x1 units in machine 1. Correct?
Right.
Similarly, you find out time required to manufacture product B on
Excuse me, sir.
that is also 1 minute.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, X1 we already considered the number of unit of product A, sir. Now
Yes.
we are considering the time is also X1.
Number of units will remain same, no, whether it is time, whether it is profit, whatever it is. Number
Sir,
of units will
we are
always.
considering both the things as X1, number of unit and as well as the time required to
No,
manufacture.
no, no. Time required is 1 minute. I have written 1. I will repeat again. Don't wait.
Okay.
X1 is the number of units. Number of units, suppose 100, 150, 200, whatever it is. It remains same, whether it is time, whether it is cost, whether it is profit, whatever it is. Now, the question is how much time it takes to manufacture in machine 1. That is the question before us. Now, 1 unit of product A takes 1 minute of processing time on machine 1. Right? 1 minute. Okay. We are going to manufacture, suppose we are going to manufacture 75 units. How much time it takes, sir?
75 minutes.
75 minutes. Yeah. Here we are going to manufacture X1 units. So how much time it will take? X1 into 1. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So X1, X1. I have not written 1 X1, simply X1. Okay, I will change it now. 1 X1. We need not put 1 before X1. That is why it is simply X1. Okay? Understood?
Sir, product B also there's an error, sir. It should be X2.
Pardon?
Product B also it should be X2, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. I have changed it. Product B is wrong. Is it correct now?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Now both put together X1 plus X2 time. Total time required is equal to, in machine 1 is X1 plus X2 minutes. But this total time cannot exceed 450 minutes because that is the constraint. 7 hours and 30 minutes only machine 1 is available. 7 hours and 30 minutes means 450 minutes. So this X1 plus X2 minutes cannot exceed 450 minutes. This is written mathematically. X1 plus X2 is less than or equal to 450. That is the constraint 1. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Understood, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, similarly, you find out constraint 2, that is for machine 2. You take some time and find out, work out like this, and tell me what is the total time required for manufacturing product A and B on machine 2.
Yeah, whether it will be 2x1 plus x2 is less than
Now
equal
you
to
can
6.
see. This is the answer for that.
Two X1, one X2, no, sir.
Sorry, yeah. 2x1, no. x1 and 2x2, right?
Written as machine 2 has 2 units and machine 1 has 1.
Machine 2, 1 rather, 2, 1, sorry.
2x1 plus x2 less than or equal to 600.
Yeah, 2x1 plus x2, it is there. 2x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 600, correct?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. Then the next constraint, the number of units that we are going to manufacture is also a constraint. That is called non-negative constraint. I will explain the concept now.
So, can you once go back to the previous slide? No?
Pardon?
Can you once go back to the previous slide?
This one?
Uh, yeah, the time required for the second product.
Yeah, this one, 2x1 plus x2.
Yeah, just how we got it
You
that
want to
was.
calculation? Wait, I will
Huh.
just verify. X1 unit, 2 minutes, first 2 minutes, no? Yes.
Okay.
Correct now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now the next constraint is number of units to be produced is also a constraint. How it is considered to be constraint is when we say number, the number may be 0 or any positive number or any negative number also a number. Do you agree with me? Mathematically when we speak, when you say a number, 0 is a number, any positive number, 1, 2, 3, 4, any positive is also a number, any negative number is also a number. Say minus 5, minus 10, minus 3, minus 4, that is also a number. Do you agree with that or not?
Yes, sir, agree. But there's a question, sir.
Yes, please.
The question is because this is a very important assumption of linear programming. So, while we solving the problem, do we have to mention this constraint also?
Yeah, this constraint is to mention definitely.
No, because it is already assumed that the variables will be non-negative. So every time we solve a problem, we have to mention this condition.
I don't get you.
Sir, what I'm trying to say is,
Ah,
while we were getting the introduction of our linear programming,
yes,
you said that one of the important assumptions of this model
Non-negative.
is non-negativity.
yeah.
So since
That's
we
why,
already
that's why
know,
we have to mention
so
this.
we have to mention the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
So number of units to be produced cannot be minus. It may be 0 or any positive number, 1, 2, 3, something like that. Therefore, x1, x2 is greater than or equal to 0 always. So this is another constraint called non-negative constraint. Now the mathematical form of LPP will look like this. Maximize Z is equal to 3x1 plus 4x2 subject to constraints x1, x2 is less than or equal to 450, 2x1 plus x2 less than or equal to 600, x1 comma x2 is greater than or equal to 0. This is how the problem will look. So this is mathematical formulation of LPP. Sometimes problem will be given like this, then there is no problem, you can straight away go to the solution. Sometimes the problem may be given in a descriptive form and you will be asked to formulate the problem alone, that's all. That question may also arise sometimes. So this is how your problem is to be formulated. These are the steps. Maximization function subject to certain constraints. Do you follow this?
Yes, sir.
Now let me give an exercise. You just note down and try to work out this. Quickly note down this or take a screenshot, please.
Sir, work out now or later?
You can work out later, not necessarily now.
Okay, sir.
Just take down the problem, that's all.
Right.
The full view of the problem so that, yes.
Sir, do you have class tomorrow with us also, or today is the last class, sir?
I don't know. I have one more class, I think at 2 to 3, something like that. Tomorrow's program, I don't know now.
Yeah. Tomorrow, our classes are only till 2. So 2 to 3.
Yes, please.
I'm saying that probably is not our class because our class is till 2 only.
No, I was given, I was given a time 2 to 3, something like that.
Okay.
I will confirm. Just note down it. Before that, I will confirm. Second semester. Yeah, 2 to 3 again. The same class is there for me.
Today, sir.
Yeah, today only. 18
Semester.
18
Second semester. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That is beyond our schedule. Okay.
Yeah. First class operation research, second 10 to 11 operation management, then business ethics, something like that. Yeah.
So today our classes is till 3 then.
I hope just like that only. Third hour 11 to 12 business ethics, fourth hour 12 to 1 strategic management, fifth hour strategic management, marketing management, that is 1 to 2, and the sixth hour 2 to 3 I have operational research again. Okay. Is it over?
Yes, sir.
Let me now explain you within this 15 minutes how this first problem we have formulated now, how it can be solved graphically. Graphical solution of this problem I am going to explain you now. Say in the first problem, that is we have worked out now, the maximized function is 3x1 and 4x2. First constraint is x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 450. Am I right? Then second constraint is 2x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 600. Now graphical solution for that problem. Graphical solution. It can be algebraically solved as well as graphically solved. Both may be asked sometimes. Now we have to take these constraints and plot out these constraints as a straight line in a graph. So to make it a straight line, we need 2 points. With the help of 2 points only, we can draw a straight line. So we have to find out 2 points from each equation and then draw a straight line so that we can graphically solve the problem. The first constraint is inequality, that is x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 450. It may be either less than or equal to 450. Let me take it as it is equal to 450. It is equal to 450. Inequality, it is both less than as well as 450. I am taking it as equal. x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. Right? Now, similarly, 2x1 plus x2 is also taken is equal to 600. First, we have to convert this inequality into equality. So, first equation is x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. Second equation is 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. Right? Now, we have to find out 2 points with the help of this. Let me now work out this. x1 plus x2. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes.
Is it visible? Let me work out now.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let x1 is equal to 0. Taking the first equation, x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. Let x1 is equal to 0. Then what will happen to x2 then?
450.
X2 is equal to how much then? Am I correct? X1 plus x2 put together 450. If x1 is equal to 0, let me take x1 as 0. If x1 is 0, what will be the value of x2?
450.
450. Therefore, this point, this vertex is known as 0, 450. That is the point. 0, 450 is one point. Similarly, I have to find out another point also. I will explain again. I have taken equation number 1, x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. Let x1 is equal to 0, therefore x2 is equal to 450. Therefore, the vertex of the point is known as 0, 450. Now, let me take x2 as 0. x2 is equal to 0. That is the case. What will be the value of x1 then? In the same equation, I am taking x2 as 0 now. x2 is 0. Then what is the value of x1?
450, sir.
450. Similarly, now the point is considered as 450, 0. 450, 0. First, always we have to write. This is the point. Let me mark in red color. That is the point we have taken into consideration. See, first I have taken x1 as 0. Then we have arrived at the value of x2. So the point is 0, 450. Here and again I have taken x2 as 0 and the x1 value is 450. Therefore, the point is 450, 0. Now this point is to be written is always write the value of x1 first and then x2. That is the procedure. That is the order to be followed. Write the value of x1 first and then x2. So with these 2 points, we can draw the equation in a graph as a straight line. That is x1 plus x2 as a straight line. Now similarly, you find out the values of vertex for equation 2. What is the second equation in this problem?
X1 plus X2 is
2x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. 2x1 plus x2
0, 600.
Right, just a minute. Two x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. Now you find out the 2 points for this. Always
taking X1 is equal to 300. Then the points will be
0,
X2 is equal to 0, X1 is 300, 300, 0.
First of all, x1 is equal to 0. Let x1 is equal to 0. And what will be the value of x2?
600.
600.
600.
Then the point is 0, 0, 600. With 1 point, 0, 600. Similarly, the second point. Now you take x2 as 0 and find out the value of x1. x2 is equal to 0.
300, 0.
x1 is equal to 300. Am I correct? Then the point is 300, 0. second point, 300 comma 0. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Shall I proceed now?
Yes.
So for any straight line, we need 2 points. In first equation, we have arrived at minimum. We need minimum 2 points. In the first equation, I have arrived at 2 points. Similarly, second equation also, we got 2 points. Now let us just plot these points into the graph and arrive at the straight line. Let me take the first equation, go back to the graph now. The point is like this. Let x1 axis, let x-axis is taken for x1 and the y-axis is considered as x2. Let x-axis be x1, y-axis be x2. So each centimeter, now the scaling is to be done. Each centimeter is taken as 100. So in x1, that is x-axis, we have taken the value of x1, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. Why we have taken 600? 600 is the maximum value for all these points. If you refer to any point, 600 is the maximum value. So I have taken 600 for both the axes. In y-axis, we have taken x2. 1 centimeter is equal to 100, therefore 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, up to 600 we have taken. Okay. Now, first equation, x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. So, x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. What is the first point of that first vertex?
0, 450.
0, comma 450. So in x1 0, if you start in 0 here x1, it will go up to 450 in the y-axis. See, up to 450 here. Here you make a point 450. That is 1 point 0 the x-axis, and move further upon the y-axis and stop where you get 450. This is the place where you get 450 between 400 and 500. Then just to put a mark there, put a mark there. Then you take the second vertex. Second vertex is 450, comma 0. 450 in x-axis. Therefore, you move up to 450 in x-axis. Here it comes 450 between 400 to 500. Mark it, and 0. 0 means you cannot move up again. So in y-axis 0 means 450. That's all. So here one mark is there. Here one mark is there. You connect these 2 points together by a straight line. That will be x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. Similarly, you have to draw the straight line for second equation, 2x1 plus x2. 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. The point is 0, 600. First point is 0 to 600. First point here, 0 to 600. Second one is 300, comma 0. 300, comma 0. So these 2 points are to be joined together to get equation and to get the straight line for the second equation. 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. Once we draw the 2 straight lines, then the important part comes. We have to identify, yes please, to complete the straight line first. Okay, over. Once these straight lines are drawn, next comes a very important part of the solution, that we have to identify the feasible region. Feasible region in maximization case is the common area below the straight line, below the 2 or 3, whatever number of straight lines are there, below the straight lines. Common area below the straight lines. For common area for all the straight lines, below the straight line. Above the straight line is also there, below the straight lines is also there. If it is a maximization case, below the straight lines you have to see the common area of all the straight lines. That is being marked here in a dotted area. This dotted area is called feasible region. That means any combination within this area only will give you profit. Any combination, all these dots, each and every dot is a combination of x1 and x2. Any combination will give you profit. If you go above the line, that will be loss. So if it is a maximization case, we have to find out the feasible region and shade it or put a dotted area. This is called feasible region. So every point is a profitable point. Now we have to find out the, do you understand this region? Any region which is common to all the straight lines below the straight lines is called feasible region. Any region, any area rather, any area which is common area for all the straight lines below that straight line is called feasible region. This is shown in this graph as a dotted area. That area is called feasible region. Any combination under this area will be a profitable combination, but we have to find out the maximum profitable combination, the combination which gives you maximum profit. So all these points will be maximum. If you take the edges of this area, all the edges of this area, those edges can give maximum profit in that direction. Suppose if you start from origin 0, O, and move further here, you can go up to this edge, that is 300. So that point is marked here as A. And similarly, if you move further upon this line, this shaded line, this is another point where these two lines are intersected. That is B, that is termed as B. And move further again in the same area, that is another extreme. This extreme point is known as C. So, of the feasible region, we note down all the extreme area, extreme points. Here we have O origin, extreme point, A another extreme point, B another extreme point, and C another extreme point. Because extreme points only will give you maximum profits. Any point less than that will give you less profits only than that. That is why we take into consideration only extreme points. O, A, B here, C. So mark down this area now. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You mark down these extreme points and write down O, A, B, C is feasible region. O, A, B, C is the feasible region. Right? Now we have to
Sir,
find out
just
the
one
value.
doubt.
Yes, please.
Like you said, any point below this in this feasible region will be a profitable point, but the maximum will be on the extreme ends. That's correct, no, sir?
No, all these points are profitable combination only. All these
Yeah.
points. Eh?
Huh.
Among them, we have to find out the maximum. So what I have taken all the edges, extreme points.
Okay. Okay.
Extreme point must be naturally the maximum, no? That is why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Among them, we have to find out which is maximum.
Okay.
Among
Got it.
O, A, B, and C, we have to find out maximum. That we will do in the next class. So you wait for your next class, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, is the classes being conducted?
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is our final class for business ethics. Hope you have understood the essence of the paper, the purpose and essence of the paper. The exam notifications have come. I think all of you would have seen that. So
Yes, ma'am.
apply on time.
But the exam form is not open.
Yeah, there is a glitch. I think maybe in 1 or 2 days they'll open the portal. Okay, don't panic about that. They might extend the date also. Nothing to worry. Okay, so today we will see the last unit of our syllabus. Okay, so I think I have discussed this SDGs last week.
No, ma'am. Today we have to.
Okay, yeah. So I think this slide and previous slide also we have to see. CSR we have seen, right?
Yes.
Yes. So this is what we have discussed last week. Okay. So CSR has a thing towards all the stakeholders of the organization. That is what we have to conclude. So social responsibility is not only towards the society. Most of us misunderstand that, right? The organization CSR is not only about the society. But it is about the responsibility towards the organization stakeholders also, like shareholders, right? Doing something for the shareholders, the employees, suppliers, so they are also part of society. So the CSR works like that. So the other thing in this, how this is guided, is through the SDGs usually. I have already discussed this. United Nations have recently given this SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 goals, right? So this is like a guideline nowadays for all organizations to follow. How sustainability can be improved, CSR can be utilized, how the CSR funds can be utilized towards the goals. That is what these SDGs are about, right? Okay. So we go to the next last one. Today we will see Indian ethos as the last unit. If time permits, we will clarify if you have any doubts, and regarding the case study, if you have any doubts and all, we will discuss about that. Okay? Right. So Indian ethos for management is our last unit. What do you mean by ethos? Ethos is what we have as a native wisdom, right? What we have culture, what we have organically grown for all these years, thousands of years, what we have done to enrich our wisdom and knowledge. That is what the Indian ethos is about. Every country where you have a ancient history, where a country has a history, you can see that they would have developed scriptures and ethos, right? The civilizations that which is there for long time has the ethos. But why Indian ethos a little bit, what do you say, on the limelight? Why people are turning their heads towards the Indian ethos is because India is known for its spirituality, right? Indian culture and spirituality is world renowned. People come to India for search of spirituality, right? So that is one thing we can be proud of. So that is why Indian ethos has a little bit of more weightage when compared to others. So we will see how the Indian ethos have contributed to the business management, how Indian ethos can be related to the business management, and what are all the learnings, what are all the lessons we can take up from the Indian ethos towards the management. That is what this unit is about. Why Especially this has to be studied, I'll tell you. First thing is importance of the native wisdom. That one thing we miss often. Already after colonization, slowly we lost it. After colonization, we have started speaking English, we have started learning English way of education, leaving our style of teaching and learning. Actually, if you see the Gurukulam style or the ancient Indian style was more occupation oriented, more action oriented than theory, right? More life oriented education. If you see, the Gurukulams will not only teach the studies, it will teach the life, how to wash the clothes, how to keep the toilet clean. Do we teach to the children now? How many of you can say that or your children know how to clean their own toilets, how to clean their own clothes, how to wash their socks? Do you teach them? Aziz says yes. Shall I take it as yes? Gopal
Yes.
Raman says yes. Aziz, do you teach?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Very good. They are life. Because the schools nowadays are not like that. Right? Not only washing, cleaning. Gurukulams used to teach swimming, discipline. What are all the things you need to live? Cooking, to cut, take the woods for cooking, firewood. So many things were there. It is like a, holistic learning system, right? But once the colonization came, what happened? We slowly have lost the native wisdom. How we lost? Because native wisdom has to come from the forefathers. It has to, like a chain. We cut the link in between. We stopped some 60, 70 years ago, more than that. The grandfathers or fathers have stopped teaching the native wisdom to the younger kids and they have been pushed to the English schools. What happened? We have lost the link in that chain, right? Native wisdom is more essential because every knowledge is based on the geography and demography. You need to know where you are. That is very important. We say this rooted to the place, right? Why we love our soil, why we are so patriotic, what is so much special about your own village or town? Nothing. Every village has the same soil, but we love our place. Why is that? Nativity. We have, like every tree, we have roots, right? That wisdom is important. Foreign wisdom, what is the difference? That is for that geography, that demography, right? That is the difference. Foreign management system materials. See, you can see that Japanization is one. Unar cuts, we don't know. All the Western management gurus have started looking up at Japanese management systems because Japanese organizations had this unique quality called loyalty. Japanese management, the Japanese organizations had human loyalty. The personnel, the people working over there were attached to the organization, right? Whereas in any other part of the universe, it's very hard to see such dedication towards the work. So what the Western management think, where you can see the Western employees are totally opposite, right? They will call the boss through name, and the hierarchy is not that much followed, or obedience is not like, loyalty is not that much. Self-preservance is more when compared to the organization, right? So the Western management gurus, what they have thought, Japanese management system has to be followed for these kind of things. And the cleanliness, quality. So slowly Japanization management has taken over the world. So you also can see, we also study a lot of Japanese management styles, right? But it doesn't come directly through Japan. We follow the Western management concepts and theories. So Western management theories, they take the theories from Japan. It comes through Western to India. Do you get the point? So this is how we started studying the management systems and materials. Why we are pinpointing it? It is alienated. See, already westernized management itself cannot be that much imbibed into the Indian society and organizations, because we are somewhat different. Every culture, every geography, every demography, every topography, everything is different, right? See, the plants that grow in Kerala may not grow in Tamil Nadu. The topography is totally different for it. The agroclimate is totally different for it. When the plants are so sensitive, they have to have the particular area. Human are also like that, right? So this is why the management system what we are following has to be revisited again. And you can say Indianization. What we do, the worst thing what we do, we take the foreign management styles and we try to Indianize it, right? Like the recipes we do, we take the foreign cooking, we Indianize it with putting some what do you say, turmeric powder and chili powder on that, right? So this Indianization is too much because it is neither ours nor theirs. It's a fusion. So how it would be very useful? It's a question. Then spirituality. See, that is the one good solid thing we have, spirituality. So these are all the essence why we should take up the Indian ethos in the management, right? I would like to quote, it's a very famous quote. Everyone will say that it is given by Nobel laureate Arnold Toynbee. See what he is saying. It's already becoming clear that a chapter which had a Western beginning in business management will have to have an Indian ending when the world adapts rich thoughts of Indian ethos and wisdom, if it is not to end in the self-destruction of human race. Because if you see, this is a very deep statement, the business management started with the Western thoughts. What is the basic difference, profit and service? Profit orientation is the main motto of the Western business, whereas service orientation was, not is. The ancient Indian business management has service orientation rather than the profit orientation. Living was the motto. Business is also a means, ways to live, right? Like any other occupation. See, for example, a person is doing agriculture for survival. Same way, business was done for survival. It is a means, way of living. So it is service oriented. That is where we differ. So when you start have the greediness of having profit, what will happen if this race continues? Human race will end. That is what he is telling. If you want to safeguard the human race, what you have to do? Take up the Indian ending. Come to the Indian ethos and wisdom of the Indian management styles and let us change. That is what the meaning of this quotation is.
Ma'am,
So
one
what
question.
are all the components of, who is that?
Myself, ma'am, Aziz.
Aziz, yes, just 1 second, I'm increasing my volume. Yes, Aziz, tell me.
Ma'am, this guy Arnold, from which nationality he is? Which nation?
I have to check it out. Shall I check and tell you?
No problem, ma'am. I'll find out. Thank you.
Yeah. If you find out Aziz during the class itself, you tell us, we will also know.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. Very good. I was not curious enough to know. I have not thought about that. It's a good question. You just, if you find out, share with us. Okay? Okay. So what are all the components of Indian ethos? See, actually, first thing is duties. What we think about mostly is duty, right? We call it as dharma. You could have seen that. We have a lot of kind of dharma, right? That is, we say that the duties, like, Raj dharma, Patni dharma, Purush dharma, every individual, every role, every character, there is a way how to live, right? It's like, it's not a rule. It is like a teaching. How you can, when you are on crossroads, when you are not able to decide on what you have to do, you can think about these dharma theories and decide. And a very big debate often we have is about what Rama did. When there is a question on, thank you, Aziz, Arnold is a Britisher. Thank you very much. Right. Yeah, obviously. Britishers have more knowledge about Indian ethos than any other part of the world because of colonization. Again, they study a lot. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Aziz. Okay. So there is a debate. I think, all of us used to think when he should have supported Sita, his wife, right? When other people were questioning about her chastity, when she has been in Sri Lanka for a long time, when the civilian citizens were questioning, Rama asked her to walk on the fire. We know all the story and all, right? But at one point, even after she proved, he has sent her to the wild forest. Okay. So here there is a question why he has not followed the dharma of a husband, because the duty of him is to protect his wife and the children, right? But he has sent her and taken up the Rajya, right? So how this is justified, Raja Dharma is more weightage than the Dharma of a husband. So he decided on which has a priority: service to the population of the entire country, or service to the wife and children. So it's not a point. What I mean to say is, this is how the decisions can be made on when you are seeing the duties first, right? Then Indian ethos are mostly based on sacrifice than greed, right? So the culture is like that. You can see that when there is a need, people are, or what do you say? When they are spiritual, they will be more tend towards helping others, sacrificing than self love, greedity. Yeah, Max Muller has translated. Yes, there are so many things. Thank you, Aziz. Then teamwork. You can see that people are more towards team instead of a single person's victory and achievements. Peacefulness. You can see that we prefer just. Sorry. So what is that? Mostly, if you see the peacefulness, more than the happiness. Whereas the entire world, you can see, will be chasing towards the happiness would be the motto. No, we think about the inner peace, peacefulness. The entire Asia, for that matter, if you take the Chinese civilization or Chinese ethos or Japanese ethos, all the Asian countries have a lot of native wisdom and nativity. If you take up all these area like well civilized, inner peace would be more weightage than the happiness portion, right? And self-actualization. That is our moksham. What we say is moksha. So self-actualization is like attainment. What that is our life's goal. All the people. Well, what do you say? You are from the childhood we are taught to get the moksha. That means alignment. Get one aligned with the nature or the eternal God or whatever you mean to say that. So that is what that is. When you get aligned, you are able to actualize yourself. You will be one with the nature. That is a philosophy. Self-control, right? So celibacy, brahmacharya, self-control, all these things are taught from the childhood, because when a celibacy is practiced, brahmacharya is practiced, that means one person is able to control his all the desires, control his entire indriya, bodily, what do you say, desires, right? So that would be the highest form of self-control. Then connect with the nature. So these are all the components of the Indian ethos. So how we explain these things? First thing is aham brahmasmi, right? That means one with the God. The difference between the Western and Eastern philosophies are this, like the Western philosophy says that.
Sorry, ma'am, to interrupt.
Yes, Aziz.
Ma'am, these points are under which heading, madam? This.
All these are under the components of Indian ethos. Yes. Okay. What are all the Indian ethos? Why we have to study that? How we relate to that, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So you can see that the Western philosophy will be more towards negativity. Human are born because of sin, right? Adam and Eve has not listened to God, so they took the apple, like the story goes. So all of that. But the Eastern philosophy has the God is part of human. So aham brahmasmi. We see that the God is inside every living thing, not only human. The God is in all the living things. That is how we respect the living things. And we have a holistic approach. You take up any occupation or any village, the ancient model of the villages of any Asian country, not only India, any Asian country you take up, there will be a holistic approach, why to grow, what to grow, how that can be used and what the waste should go, where the waste should be used, how it can be again reused. So you can see that a holistic approach. I would like to tell you a beautiful story on this holistic approach. How a thing is seen. It happened in a Buddhist monk. Buddha was sitting and meditating. By the time a small boy monk, he is a trainee. He comes running towards his guru, and he is asking that my robe is torn, so I need a new robe. That saffron color robe they used to wear, he is asking. So the guru gave one robe to the boy. Okay, the boy took the robe and ran away to his hut. Buddha got curious. Just Buddha stood up and went behind the boy to see what he is doing. He went to the hut of the boy. The boy has changed the robe. So Buddha asked the boy, "What are you going to do with this old robe?" So the boy said, "I will use it as my room screen. I will not throw it out. I will use it as a room screen." So Buddha again asked, "Okay, but what about a screen already you are having in the window? What you will do with that?" So the boy told, "I will not throw that again. I will tear it into pieces and I will use it as a racks for cleaning up the floor." So Buddha again asked, "Okay, you will use this as a cleaning cloth. But what about the cleaning cloths already you are having?" So the boy told, "I will not throw it out. That has been into shreds. The rag is very old. I have used it several times, so it is shreds. So I will take up the threads. I will make into what do you say that for diyas we use that I don't forget tiri we call that. What is that? Wick. Okay. So he said, I will make this into wicks and I will use it for the oil lamps." Buddha got very happy. He thought that okay, the education system is very good, and returned to his place. What is this holistic approach? Right? From the start to end. It's just an example. Like that, we have the another one thing is how we go for these hospitals nowadays. If you have eye pain, you go to ophthalmologist. If you have a lung issue, you will go to pulmonologist. But one thing what we forget is all these organs are in one place called body, right? So even in medicine, you see this holistic approach is important because a symptom in eye is not essentially a problem in the eye. It's a symptom. It can be of any other part of the body is in problem, right? So a holistic approach can only help you find out, diagnose what is the problem in your body. So this holistic approach is another one important in the Indian ethos. Then Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga we will see later in the chapters. Dharma, already we have discussed a lot of Dharma and Nyaya concepts we have. We used to follow that. And I have included, so because all these literature usually we take from Veda, Upanishad and all from Sanskrit literature, As I am from Tamil Nadu, I wanted to quote two of these, two Tamil scriptures also. Yadu Mure, Yavarum Kelir, we say in Tamil. What does it mean? Vasudeva Kudumbagam, like that. Yadu Mure, Yavarum Kelir. That means everything is one nation. There is no, who draw these lines? It's map, right? So everyone is our brotherhood. All of the people are our brothers. Say for example, if you take it as a state, then your town doesn't matter. Tamil Nadu, if you take up, all the Tamil people are your brothers and sisters. If you take up as a country, all Indians are brothers and sisters. If you take the continent, all Asians. Take it as a world, all people, right? So, Yadum Mure, Yavarum Keli. So then the next one is Tidum Nandrum Piratharavara. Whatever is you are experiencing, you are responsible for that. Nobody else is responsible for all your actions, consequences, result, experience. Your life is the output of your actions, responsibility, right? And harmonious living. As I told you, not only about human, harmonious living, what we are talking about is with all the things, plants, animals, whatever it is. There is, I used to think about that. In Tamil, the cobra is called as Nalla Pambu. What does that mean? Good snake. Why they have called it, because it helps them in the fields. This one and other will eat a lot of rats, which is a menace for the field. So, see the thing, harmonious living, how you are able to connect with all the other things in the thing. Harmonious living is also not Indian ethos, you can say Asian ethos, If you have seen, there is one serial called Avatar, animation series, a very popular one. That animation series has taught a lot of ethos than what I have studied, it's for children, of course. But if you have time, you can see it teaches a lot of ethos in that. In that serial, they'll say that every human, every tree, every animal are connected together by the earth. We are also stamping our foot on earth, so all of us are connected. That is why you say telecommunication. Sometimes you think of some person, they will call you, whether you believe it or not. They say that, right? So this is what we call as harmonious living. So these are the scriptures, right? Role of Gita, Tirukural, a lot of scriptures are there, including Kama Sutra. We say that it is only for the bodily pleasure. So Kama Sutra has a lot of what do you say, teachings, lessons in that. You know, there is one temple in which is very, what do you say, a lot of Kama Sutra pictures will be there on the outer wall. People so think that it is a temple of sex and we need not go there. Usually it happens, but if you see the deeper meaning of that, you can say that 7 praharas will be there, and every prahara these pictures will come down and other things will be there, and Garbhagriha will have nothing. So the deeper meaning of that is, if you are able to eliminate your desire step by step when you are entering into the temple, what you will attain is self actualization. There is nothing. You will have the inner peace in your mind. There is nothing to worship even in the temple. It's not about religion, it is about the spirituality. It teaches you how to learn the living, right? So I take up not only Gita, a lot of other scriptures also there. Even in Tamil, you can say, which is said to be the oldest language. We have lot of scriptures in that. So what have just taken the gist of that. You know, what are all the important things? Understanding and accepting change. That is the important thing a human should learn. The scriptures say that being selflessness, fearlessness, devotion towards the duty or work, whatever you are doing, surrendering to the one, nature or God, sacrifice, putting other person or other living things or other things in front of you. So just to summarize it, I have given 2 quotations. Free from all thoughts of I and mine, man finds absolute peace. That is the important thing. Then the Gita, you know, all of you know, do your duty without thinking on the consequences. These are the 5 important teachings from Gita we can take up. You know, there are so many, thousands are there. Not only in Gita, once again I am saying, there are so many scriptures where one lifetime is not enough if we start studying, you know. So what about these 5? Ishvara, that is God, or nature, or supreme, whatever you can say. Jiva, the living entity. Prakriti, what is in the nature. Time and karma, action. These 5 are intertwined and these 5 runs the show. That is what it says. They live in wisdom who see themselves in all and all in them. Right? So these are, there are, as I told you, you cannot exhaust or you cannot talk about all these things in one go. You know, it is a very deep, what do you say, teachings in that. How many of you are acquainted with scriptures?
Ma'am, I have done some course on Vedas.
Very good, Aziz. Very good. Anybody else? Anybody else? David Brown has asked one question. 50 is a pass mark, kindly help. See, maybe your internals, have you attended internals, David Brown? You check it out. If you have not attended the internals, the result will be shown as full.
No, ma'am, I attend the internal also.
Okay, then you send a mail, David. I will note down. You send me the enrollment number here itself. I'll note it down. I'll check it out. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, you type the enrollment number here or send a mail to DTE help desk.
Ma'am, one question.
No, you have to pass in externals.
External, what is the pass mark?
38. 38 is external pass mark. Here,
It's
what
like,
have happened, you know, David? Maybe you have got 20 marks in internals. and 25 marks in internals, or the remaining some in the 28 in the external. Still, you will be shown as fail. Okay.
Okay. But
So that might
in
be
the
the reason.
circular, which for internal, right? There they mentioned as internal plus external is 50 is as pass mark.
That is for total. But
Yeah, total.
separately in external, you have to get 38 unless you will not shown as pass. For
Okay,
75 marks, you have to get 38. Okay. So that
okay,
might be the problem here. If you have written internals, that means you have failed in externals. You have to rewrite the externals again.
okay,
Okay? Right.
okay.
Pranab showed the no scripts, but I watched Ramayana and Mahabharata in TV series. Okay. Even that is enough. At least from not being anything you know about the scriptures. But Ramayana and Mahabharata, as it is, are epics actually. Right? Mahabharata is one thing where you can learn thousands of management codes in that, right? But the problem is it is very elaborate. You may not have read the small side stories of it. That is the one thing. If you have time, you can go through it. And mostly, what this is, this Indian ethos is about how you interpret the scriptures, right? Just give me 1 second. Okay, there is an announcement actually for first and second semester. Today and tomorrow you will be having 6 hours. You will be having 2 to 3 class also, right? Because you have 7 subjects, so you need 42 hours. So today and tomorrow the 2 hours will be additional to you. Okay, right.
But ma'am, today we didn't have a class between, prior to your class, we didn't have a class.
Aziz, I didn't get you. Can you just be louder?
Ma'am, what I'm trying to say, today we didn't have a class from 8:30 to 9:30. There was
No,
a
no. 10 to 10 to 11 didn't
10 to
happen.
11, 10 to 11.
Oh, 10
sorry,
to
yeah,
11,
10 to
you
11.
didn't have the class. Yeah. That a professor who has to come, suddenly he was not able to. The message reached us very late. That is why we were not able to make alternate arrangements. We are very sorry for that. Okay, it happens very rarely. Because that is why we say that we make adjustments. Sometimes the professors may not be able to come Saturdays and Sundays after even accepting. So by that time, if we have time, we will adjust other people. But today, unfortunately, on the class time, he was not able to come due to some of his problems. So
So ma'am,
that is
what
why we
class?
were not able
Ma'am,
to
what
adjust.
class was that? What class was that?
I think it was marketing, maybe. I think Sabat Swine's class.
Okay.
Okay, sorry,
So we will have marketing tomorrow.
maybe we have to adjust. So tomorrow, just
But
hold on. I'll check and tell you immediately now.
I
Okay.
think we have marketing class today, ma'am, after some time.
Yeah. Just give me 2 seconds. I will check and tell you. Yeah, we'll check with the professor and tell how we will adjust that class. Okay. Just give me just 2-3 minutes. I have told them to check. They'll give. Okay. Right. I have questions regarding sudden changes in the result portal. Rubia, yeah, we know there are. See, that is because of this, as I told you, the conditions you must know properly. Internals, there is no pass mark. Externals, 38 is the pass. You have to pass through externals. You have to appear for the internals. 2 conditions. The third condition is the total of internal and external should be 50. Okay, so these are the conditions. maybe to adjust these conditions, there might be result changes are there. We understand that. Okay.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. I got 75 marks in organization behavior, ma'am,
Okay.
and also got a grade, ma'am. On 14th May, the result shows like that, ma'am. But today I checked again, but the CGPA marks are same as shown on 14th May, but grade changes to F, ma'am. What may be the reason, ma'am?
Grade F means it is fail. How it could be?
மேம் எனக்கும் ஒரு டவுட் இருக்கு மேம் ரிசல்ட்ல.
Okay.
மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கான்செப்ட்ல 50 மார்க்ஸ் ஃபைனல் ரிசல்ட்ல பாஸ்னு இருக்கு.
Okay.
ஆனா வந்து இந்த கிரேட்ல வந்து Fன்னு இருக்கு. கிரேட் பாயிண்ட்லாம் 0 இருக்கு.
ஓஹோ.
ரிசல்ட் வந்து ப்ரமோட்டட்னு இருக்கு. CGPA SGPA எல்லாம் 0 இருக்கு. மிச்ச எல்லாத்துலயுமே நல்ல மார்க்ஸ் தான்.
Okay, can you do one thing? நீங்க இத வந்து ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்து எங்களுக்கு அனுப்ப முடியுமா? டிடி ஹெல்ப் டெஸ்க் அனுப்ப முடியுமா?
Ma'am, mail அனுப்பிட்டோம் ma'am, but
Okay,
response.
then we'll be checking. Then the technical team will be working on that. Don't worry. Okay, give us a few days.
அப்புறம் இன்னொன்னு என்னன்னா மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கான்செப்ட் தானே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சப்ஜெக்ட். இன்டர்னல் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஹாஃப் அன் ஹவர்க்குள்ளேயே வந்து சப்மிட் கொடுத்துட்டோம். ஆனா வந்து சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்னு வரல. அப்புறம் குரூப்ல எல்லாருக்கும் பார்த்தா சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்னு வந்துருந்துச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் தெரியுது 2 minutes 5 minutes குள்ள கொடுத்தா தான் எடுத்துருது அப்படின்னு. ஆனா நாங்க டைம் முடியறதுக்குள்ளே சப்மிட் கொடுத்துட்டோம். ஒருவேளை அதனால எதுவும் இப்படி ப்ராப்ளம் வந்திருக்கா என்னன்னு புரியல.
அதான் எதா இருந்தாலும் whatever you have the doubt, kindly send a screenshot of this and also write the mail to DD help desk. Okay, the technical team will be working on that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Right. What is the procedure if we didn't attend internal exam and how we can attend it? See, if you have not attended the internal exam, your result will be shown as fail. So now, along with your second semester exams, first semester internals will be conducted. Okay. During that time, you should write your internals, attend the internals, so that you will get through the paper. Internals is also like writing arrears. If you have not attended, you can write once more. If you have already attended, you cannot write.
Ma'am, can I ask a question on this, ma'am?
Yes, Aziz.
Ma'am, because the internals will be conducted together to both SEM. First of all, will it be on different dates?
Yeah, it will be on different days. First semester or at least morning and evening. It's only half an hour paper. So first semester will be on morning and second semester afternoon like that.
And
so there will be chance that you can attend both. Nothing to it.
Yes, ma'am. I think this will be in July, right?
Yes, yes. Now actually we are thinking to conduct it after exams only because of these glitches. We have to get set right.
Yeah.
So maybe after examinations we'll conduct. Okay.
Because somebody replied in mail it will be conducted in July.
Yes.
Both of them. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, Ravi.
In our first semester, I have not able to write the externals one.
Okay.
So for this time, should I have to apply anywhere or directly I can go on a center while selecting the second semester exam centers and I can attend the first.
You are asking for external exam, right?
External, yes, ma'am.
Yes, every time for exams you have to apply. Even if I have applied last time also, this time you have to, whatever the paper you are writing, you have to apply for that particular paper. You have to apply which center you want to write every time for the examination.
Okay. And then I have to pay once again?
It is up to you. How many papers you want to write, it is up to you. If you want to write 5 papers, 2 papers, whatever it is up to you.
Understood. And the payment again I have to pay?
At the end, what again you have to pay?
Fees. Means the first semester I have paid.
Of course, every time you have to pay for each paper, mark sheet, all these things, every time you have to pay.
But first time I have paid, ma'am.
But still you are writing again. Okay. So how many papers you are appearing, for those many papers you have to pay. So for example, you are writing 3 papers, you have to pay only corresponding fee. If you are paying 8 papers, then you have to pay for 8 papers. It is up to you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So that was operations management class. Okay. So that you will have another one class tomorrow. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Right. So shall we come back to the class? Okay. Right. So now it is, we'll see what is Karma Yoga. I have another one question. We have questions. Okay, let us finish these questions and come back to the class. Okay. That is what Karma Yoga is about actually. Okay. Ma'am, how can we check internal and external? No, you cannot. I can change examination center. Yes, every exam you can change your examination center. While applying whatever center you are choosing, that is applicable for that particular examination. Okay. It is not that you have to continue the same exam center. Any fee for internal exam? No, there is no fees for internal exams. Okay. Ma'am, internal exam valid duration half an hour for one test. You have 30 minutes for multiple choice questions will be there, 25 questions will be there, 30 minutes you will have. Okay. 30 minutes or 1 hour, I think I have to check it. Should we attend the missed semester one internal? Yes, yes. Until you appear for the internal exam, it will be shown as fail that paper. So attend the internal exams properly. It is must.
How many attempts, madam? How many attempts?
How many
attempts for internals?
Till you finish it. See, attempts is only one. You can attend only one time internals. There is no attempt. Appearance is must. Okay. So pass is not a question. So you have to attend only one time. It will be accepted. Second time, if at all you are submitting the paper, we will not accept that. Automatically, the system will reject it. Only once internal you can write. So write it sensibly. Okay.
Ma'am, when are the internal exams for second sem then?
After your exams, most probably.
Okay, as per the process, it should be before.
Yes, yes, we know that, but due to you are the first batch, and as I told you, there are some glitches now in the result publication, so we are planning to keep it after the examinations for your safety. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no internal, so my internal that is seen. Visitor in internal, okay. Or we attend the internal later also. Yes, you can attend the internals in any semester, even when you are studying the fourth semester. You can write first semester internal, but remember, till you finish that, you will be the first semester will be pending. So finish off the internals as soon as possible. Otherwise, in fourth semester, you have to study for the first semester internals, which is not feasible. So better finish off in that semester. Internals is not a big thing. Okay.
So that means, madam,
okay.
sorry to interrupt. That
Yes.
means just like the external, the internals will also be repeated every 6 months.
Yes, of course. Every
Okay.
6 months, internals will be conducted for all the 4 semesters. Now,
Just like
because you are the first batch, now we will conduct first and second semester internals only. Next
Okay.
year, next 6 months after, if you see, we will be conducting first,
Three.
second, third semester, like that. Okay.
It will continue like that. Okay.
Yes, it will be continuing like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Internals in sem 1 and not attended external. No, see, this is a very good question. Subhash has asked. If we did the internal in semester 1 and not attended the external, then should we give internal again? No. If you have attended internals once, that is enough. The mark will be saved. Okay. So only you have to write the external. If you fail in the external, again you have to write the external only. Okay. Internals cannot be repeated at any cost. Clear? Okay, attend the first semester, but not the external. No need to write internal again. Okay. I have attended all the internals and wrote only 3 subjects. Remaining 4. Yes, you can write the 4 external, 50 and netto, Cypri and netto. You can write all the 4 externals only. Okay. Any fee for internals? No. No study gap between. Please consider. David Brown, as we have told already, it is conducted by the controller of examination. They have their own limitations, particularly the availability of the centers. Okay, during vacation only we can use before the students come in. Do you understand? So this is for distance education, limited resources. This is actually. So that is why we have to conduct it like that. Okay. And remember another one thing also. The centers are in towns. Not all the people reside in town. Okay. So they have to come stay at the cities and write the exams and go back to their hometowns. So they cannot come every now and then for writing the examination. So that is why we conduct it continuously. Will the mode of internals change in future? No, not as for now. There is no idea. See, you have to Dharma Rao Pedini. You have to check with your grades only. There is no facility for showing the external mark. Okay. Where can I check your marks? You have to check in the DDE website. Okay. Right. So I think all the questions regarding the results are answered. So we come back to the class. Right? Can we?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Revaluation, retotaling will take time, 15-20 days time. Okay. Okay. So karma yoga. Karma yoga is what? Yoga is what? A disciplined set of action. Right? That is our duty. So yoga is not what you are thinking. Yoga asana, that is right. What we think misrepresent always. Yoga means doing that exercise. That is yoga asana, right? Doing asanas. Like pranayama is a kind of yoga. Doing breathing, simply breathing. That is a yoga, right? So meditation is also a yoga. Giving rest to the mind, just to meditate, thinking something else. So yoga is what? Doing something in a disciplined way. Karma yoga. Karma yoga is your duty is also like a yoga. With sincerity, dedication, you have to do the duty. So this is actually for the life. We take it for the management. Like in the organization life, you can say work life, right? In normal life, we say karma yoga is your performing all your roles and duties. You are a mother, you are a daughter, you are a wife, you are a sister, you have to do all the roles, karma yoga. So in organization also we follow that. So what are all the things we have to remember of doing this karma yoga? Attitude, right? Right attitude. You have to have the proper attitude. You need not be so submissive, you need not be so aggressive. Balancing act, assertiveness, how to be assertive, right? Actions. Action speaks louder, it is the way of communicating that you are doing your duty, how you are doing that. Then putting the duty first, right? Selflessness, putting the duty first. Your own desires and completions will be coming next. Duty first. Self care. And with all these things, don't forget to take care of yourself. You are also important. Aham Brahmasmi. The God is residing in you. You have to keep your body clean, mind clean. See, it is the abode of God, right? So keeping this is also very important. The body is also very important. When it comes to karma yoga, I like the philosophy of Sikh also, Sikh people, that is in Punjab, SAKH, 6, right? So they think the body itself as a temple. That is why you can see that they will not do any change to the body. The philosophy is so pure. Following is difficult, of course, but the philosophy is so pure, like you have to treat your body as a temple. I like this concept very much. Like, so self-care. Then best effort. Give your best. Don't think about how much you are getting remunerated. See, you cannot always wait, right? Because what this philosophy I believe here, you may not be compensated or remunerated now. There is a weighing scale apart from our own comprehension. You cannot understand that now. Universe has its own way of paying back. If you do good, good will come. Remuneration will come. Bad, bad will come. So I believe in that. So you give the best effort. Don't worry about what you are going to get back for that particular action, because you may not be paid back immediately, right? Acceptance, another thing. It's a very own Indian concept, like, whatever it is, accept as that is the nature's way, that is going with the flow. Discipline, that would be the mantra for any ethos you take up, right? Because recently I read one line. Discipline is, like the self-discipline is a self-commitment to the future you by the present you. I like that sentence, right? The self-discipline is a commitment for the future you by the present you. You are doing help for yourself in the future, right? Discipline. Then calmness. Calmness is another one thing where we differ from the eastern side. We do it in our own pace. That rushing race world was not there previously. Now we are also like the same eastern side, but usually if you take up, the pace was according to the nature. The pace will be very slow. You can see in agriculture itself. Usually previously there were 1 year old rice. The rice will be sown. You have to wait for 1 year to cultivate that. That much patience and pace they had during that time. Now 3 months. Just you have to sow 3 months you can harvest, right? Fast food, everything is like fast nowadays, right? So that calmness and that accepting the pace was the nature's pace. Everybody has their own pace, but we don't have that philosophy at all now. Everybody has to get into the school by 4 years. Everybody has to learn ABCD by 5th year. Everybody should complete 10th, that is, know all these things in 15 years of age. Everybody should go to work by 21. So this will not work universally. Everybody is different. Every body is different. Every mind is different. You have your own pace of eating. Eating time is also different. You cannot say, give a common lunch time to everyone, eat in 10 minutes. Some eat fast, some eat very slow, right? So there is a pace for everything. That is gone. That is a calmness actually. If you are pushed apart from your pace, you will lose your calmness, right? I have a pace of eating like this, I should eat like this. When you force me to eat like this, I will lose my calmness. Do you get my point? This is applicable for everything. So find your pace if you want to be calm. Even the walking, whatever you are doing, breathing. There is a pace for everyone how to breathe. Don't change the rhythm. That is what? Karma yoga. Then you will be doing it very relaxedly, calm. Then letting go. Last one is letting go. How to say that? Letting go is well described by what do you say? Kanikadan, like marriages. How you are able to give the girl away. See, letting go is very tough, right? You marry the girl away to the other house. So letting go. All these philosophies are Karma Yoga. See, that's why I gave the picture. Karma Yoga, the best example are the ants, they are Karma Yogis. They'll never bother about anything, work. They will do the work very disciplined, very completely and very dedicatedly. So that is all about the Karma Yoga. So this is a model technique of Karma Yoga. How Karma Yoga works. You can see that it is about duty orientation. Okay. So what is it? You have to be indifferent to the reward. That's what we said. The actions is important. The consequence, you should not be weigh the actions by the consequence, right? And equanimity. There should be a seeing everything as one, right? So what happens when you do this Karma Yoga? First is interaction of our sense with the external object. What we do, we see the pleasures, like what is the payment I get, right? Whether I have a AC in my room, whether I have good food, external objects. So through that, you have two options. One is you feel happy or sad, right? See, if the canteen food is good, you'll be happy. The canteen food is not good in the organization, you feel sad. So based on this, the desire appears. Whether you want to re-experience that or you want to avoid that experience. Anything happens, right? So from that, once again, it goes to the number one. You are doing with the external love. So this is like a, what is a vicious circle you get caught by. You are experiencing something, you are happy or sad, you want to do it again or not, you are experiencing other thing. So this is how the life works, right? So this is what we call about the bondage in the Indian philosophy, right? We get caught in these things, okay? So what we say, Karma Yoga, when you are able to practice, a Karma Yogi will be able to come out of this bond and just do the work without experiencing the sadness or happiness for the material things. The happiness comes from the inner way, whether when you are completing the object, when you are completing your yoga, your Karma Yoga is done, you will feel the inner peace other from the material objects, right? So this is two kinds of karma, Nishkam karma and Sakam karma. We say, see how you can attach with the things or detach in the organization, not only in organization, like it's life philosophy, right? So how the detachment will help you, that is what it says. When you are working without any emotional involvement, what happens, your psychological energy will obviously will be conserved. Am I right? In an organization, if you are very much attached to a position or a table or a person, a teammate, emotionally you get disturbed when it is taken away from you, right? So psychological energy will be conserved if you have the detachment. So in detachment, what is that? Perfection is the aim, whereas in attachment, success is the aim, right? In the same way here, socio-economically, this is good, where that is profit is more important. So people will not think about the socio-economical questions. They will be able to enrich themselves. They will take all the money to themselves. So here it is work commitment, duty commitment there, but this reward commitment. You'll be thinking about what reward we will be getting. So this is ethical, that is unethical. Here you will be growing, maturity will be growing, your mind knowledge will be growing, that the job enrichment will be growing. Then this will be liberating and that will be binding, right? So this is about attachment with work and detachment. So we come to the next topic called wisdom management. Right. So what is wisdom management? See, wisdom is the topmost layer in the information science, right? So that's why we say data, information, from that we get knowledge, and wisdom is above that, right? A small example is given here, like the traffic lights. When you get the data, which light is on, the information is where that is, the knowledge is, so the traffic light is telling you to stop the car, and wisdom is better stop the car, right? So this is how the wisdom is not just by reading or taking the data you will achieve. Wisdom is something, it has to come with the experience. So to make the wisdom management understandable, I took this example. Recently a film came, Oppenheimer. I think many of you would have seen that, right? It was about the person who invented the or led the team which invented the nuclear bomb, which was used to attack the Hiroshima and Nagasaki of Japan in the World War II. You know, the bomb was called a little boy. The little boy has devastated 2 cities of Japan. Actually, you know the World War history and all. This is a picture of Einstein and Oppenheimer, right? Why this picture I gave? You know, Einstein was the first person to lead the team. Actually, he was the greatest scientist, you know. So he is the one who said that, okay, if Germany is going to have a nuclear bomb, then we also should have. So let us work on that. He is the person who initiated. But after some time, he left. Oppenheimer in the film, if you see, he used to go and ask to Einstein, why you are not able to? He was thinking bigger about himself. So he thought, okay, maybe Einstein is not able to do. Now my team might do. Okay. So at the end of the film, if you see, there is a scene where Oppenheimer goes to Einstein and asks that, you know that if we invent this nuclear bomb, this destruction will happen. That's why you stopped, right? And Einstein will just smile. So this is knowledge. What Einstein had was wisdom, right? Oppenheimer was not able to see the consequences, what will happen if he releases the bomb, but that knowledge he had, how to make that. But Einstein had the wisdom of not to give it to the world. That is the difference, right? Even though the perception, that film has, what do you say, glorified the inventor of a nuclear bomb, that's a perception actually. I have a difference of opinion in that itself, because just because the protagonist is the person who invented doesn't justify what they did. Okay, that is another one debate. We leave that. So for understanding wisdom, so I given here that quote. This is a very famous quote of that. Remember this always. So grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change. Give me the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That is the important thing, you know. How you will know what I can change, what I cannot change. Unless you have the wisdom, you cannot accept or you cannot change. Do you get the point? So that wisdom Einstein had. What is that? He had the courage to change the course. He had the courage not to give that scientific invention to them, right? So this is about how to understand what is wisdom and how this can be used in the management. Pranav, you want to ask something?
No, I just had a thought that I think in the present world, people are giving more value to data and information rather than
Yes,
wisdom.
exactly. Not value to data and information, Pranav. That's where we are mistaking.
Yeah.
Value is given only to the knowledge, not even to the wisdom. You know, See this data and information, that day I told you it is called as data mining. Right? So what they do, they take up all the information, and the supercomputers are like mining. They take out the gold out of it, like the information is gold, you know. So they take the knowledge of, like, you know, that is usually used for marketing. The base is for marketing now. That is how they design the cosmetics, or they design the dress, or how what we eat and what taste the Indians like. Like the entire market is understood through that. So the knowledge is important here. Wisdom, I suspect. They go to the 3 steps. They take the data, information, knowledge. They stop with the knowledge. They use the knowledge to sell the things, consumer goods in the market. Wisdom is something above. Maybe the people sitting on top, one day they may have, right?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so the world is
Sorry to
going
interrupt.
towards.
Sorry
Yes,
to
yes,
interrupt.
Satish.
What Pranab is saying is right only. It doesn't reach the knowledge level itself.
What is Aziz? Can you come again?
What I'm saying is what Pranab is saying right only. It doesn't reach the knowledge level. At
No,
data
they
level,
reach
it's
the knowledge level, which we don't understand. That's where we differ actually. See, they take up the information through the, what do you say? Through, see, for example, I'll tell you. You take your phone, see something, okay? Another 10 minutes, you see all the advertisements from all the online companies will come to you for that particular product.
yeah.
That is knowledge. See, the information, data is collected, the information is collected, it is analyzed and find out that this person wants this, the knowledge comes through that. They have the knowledge of how to market it, right? But the people using the knowledge is very small.
That is what we are saying, madam. Actually,
Yes.
the machine is acquiring knowledge more than the humans.
Knowledge is how the person is implicating that information to sell that product to you.
Yeah, the
Knowledge
machines
is
are,
where they make it attractive and sell it to you.
today the machines are acquiring knowledge better than the humans.
Yes, it's scary how the machines are, even that is what machine learning, you know, the knowledge is even acquired by the machine. It's very scary actually. In our age, that is say for example, till last decade, some 5-10 years ago, data processing, information gathering was done by machine. But now the machine learning is there, and even the knowledge part is by the machine. It's, what do you say, it's wonderful as well as scary, right? Okay, so the organizations run like this. They have management, knowledge, and wisdom. You can see that most of you would be seeing that in any organization, right? So the management is worried about all those things. What are the organizational studies, strategy, psychology of the people, leadership, human resource, everything is in the management. Where the management use this KM, where you need to work out with the people, and the wisdom is where the leader implicate the knowledge into the organization, right? So if a leader is having the wisdom, you may come to this core of ABC, right? But many times it's very rare, right? AB is possible. Knowledge and management often interacts. AB is highly possible by any CEO or any leader for that matter. But this comes with a experienced leader, right? That is imbibing the wisdom with knowledge and implementing it to the management. There you can see some organizations excel. That is, that excelling organizations are able to identify, they are able to inculcate, experience the wisdom, not by all, by the leaders, and they are able to cascade down the effect, they are able to implement it to the management, right? So this is what we call as wisdom management, which is very rare actually, right? It takes long time for, what do you say, organizations to attain wisdom. Long time, right? That is why you can see some organizations are standing forever. That means they have understood the core of wisdom in that, right? Running of the company. Okay, so we are running out of time. So let us see the next topic, Gandhian ethics. As Indians, most of us have studied about Gandhian ethics. I need not talk about Gandhi. So all of us know what he believed is two things, Satya and non-violence, truth and non-violence. So he thought that will reform not only the nation, that will also reform the individual person, right? So these are the things he believed in: non-violence, truth, satyagraha, non-stealing, sarvodaya. Sarvodaya is everything is unique. All, even the animals should be respected. Celibacy. Celibacy is one thing he believed a lot. You know, celibacy is about not brahmacharya means what he thought is if you are able to control your bodily desires, he thought he will be able to control his mind. He will achieve the highest form of mind control. And he believed that if he is able to control that highest form, if he is able to achieve, he will be able to make the other people believe his concepts. That is what he believed in, right? So celibacy is also one of his highest core value. Character. He thought character is the must. And he is the one who gave us the deadly sins, 7 deadly sins. What is that? Wealth without acquiring wealth without work is a sin. That is, it will spoil you. Pleasure without conscience. Knowledge without character. Commerce without morality. That's what we are studying all about business ethics. Science without humanity. Just now we talked about Oppenheimer. Science without humanity, nuclear bombs. Religion without sacrifice. Politics without principle. We all witnessed that, right? So these are the... Yes. Any questions here? Any questions? Right. So as these are very simple and we have grown up with these concepts, I'm just moving on. Okay. The next one is spirituality. As I told, spirituality is our core strength of India, right? So spirituality movement we call nowadays. Last 10 years, spirituality movement is getting in a momentum. Even in Western countries, I'm talking about. And we have spirituality all along. Now, a best example is Swarmin Sonal, can you mute your mic? Sonal, you have to mute your mic. Thank you. So you can see that we have, the religious practices in the workplace also. We keep in all our tables, we keep small idols. We have the religious faith, right? Spirituality is like, intertwined with religion. And we all follow some religion. So what happens? Spirituality comes into your life through the religion. And it takes place without your knowing sometimes. But it is not so in many countries. So Western also have taken this and call it a spirituality movement. Now they are following it. So we have it in individual level, group level, all the organizational level. Individual level, as I told, you keep something in your desk. Group level, as a team, when you are starting something, even you can see when you are going for a group tour also, you break a coconut in front of the van for, you believe that spirituality. Then organization level, we even conduct festivals in the organization in a mass way, right? So spirituality is what about belief in good things, I should say, right? Faith. You can say faith is the right word, not belief, faith. So you have the faith on something which is having a supreme power, right? So which is making us, channelizing us, driving us towards the good living. That's a simple way of saying. So your workplace spirituality has two things: internally, how you are aligned with your goal as well as organizational goal; transcendence, how you are changing, how you are accepting the changes in day-to-day life and how you are transcending; alignment, as I told you, with you and your surrounding society; and purpose. What is the purpose of coming to the work? Purpose of life. So spirituality gives that, right? So this is about the spirituality at workplace. So with that, we come to the conclusion of the subject. So we will have some 4-5 minutes time to, if you have any clarity, doubts, you can ask now. We will finish off.
Case study.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Aziz.
Ma'am, you'll be sharing your PPT, please?
You want this PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll share, no problem. But as I told you, recent years I have found out that the PPTs are the only thing students have started studying, the bullet points. So what I did after that, I changed the entire style and I only put pictures so that you have to take up the book. So I don't know how much it will be useful. I use a lot of pictures. Still, if you want, I can share it with you.
Okay, ma'am.
With on one condition, that it should not be uploaded to the social media or anywhere, because it's a university right?
No problem, ma'am.
Right. Anything else? Anything else you want to share with?
Case study.
I'm typing my email ID here. So if you need anything, just you can send me an email. Okay, this is my mail ID.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can share me the some important question?
See, important questions here. All the units will be covered for the questions, right? So for business ethics, if you take, the theories are important. There will be questions on theories. What are the theories? And there will be a certain question on Indian ethos. What are the essentialities, importance and components of ethos? Then certainly there will be a question on corporate governance, right? So see, as I told you, it is up to the examiner who is setting the questions. So if you ask me on that time, whatever I feel is important, I am going to set. No way like in 10th or plus 2 you can ask about the questions. So the chapters are important. Whatever you feel your instinct says, read that, right?
On the case studies, ma'am, how to approach is same
Yes,
as
case study. See, you have to write first, identify the problem. Any ethical question will be having a hidden problem. So first you write a surface problem, then you write a hidden problem, real problem. Okay. Then you write analysis. This analysis should be having a lot of understanding of the case, what you have understood about the case. Then you write a suggestion and recommendation. During writing suggestion and recommendation, try to infuse some theory, what you have studied in business ethics. Try to write that, because you have to justify with what you have studied, right? Because after all, why we have to give marks? We know, if we know that you have studied the subject, so make me understand that you have studied the book by justifying your recommendations. Then come to the conclusion part. Write a small conclusion, don't write big. See, the surface problem should be a small paragraph, hidden problem should be 4-5 lines only, then analysis should be big, analysis should be at least 1 page, right? Then recommendations and suggestions should be bullet points, right? Bullet points. Recommendation, suggestion can be 10, 12, whatever you want to. Then conclusion should be 1 out of recommendation and suggestion, right? Your last solution should be 1 out of the recommendations, you say, and justify it by 1 paragraph. Why you say this is the best solution.
yeah, but there are case studies where there are direct questions, so the same format has to be followed. Like we will put in
See,
the
usually case study should be a case study. Sometimes what happens, some question setters ask questions instead of case study. It is it is above our what do you say? We don't see the confidential question, so we are not able to change it. Also, it comes to you directly. So
yeah.
what happens? You know, that time you have to write the answer for the case study.
So
Okay,
in that
otherwise,
in
this
that
is the
case,
format.
same format, like all the
No, no,
sections.
no. If it is a direct question like explain the Indian ethos, so you have to explain it through subheadings. Okay, but remember you have to attend the case study compulsory, because if you evade the 15 marks, it's very hard to pass it. So, and if we have to see, for example, you got 35, I feel like giving you 3 marks as grace. We can give up to 5 marks grace. Okay, to give that grace, I need some place where to give the 3 marks. If you write the case study, I'll give you 3 marks grace in that, right? So for that, at least to give us chance to help you write the case study without fail. Aishwarya, see, you have to write first a surface problem, okay? Surface problem can be a single paragraph, small paragraph. Surface problem is what you justify and understand reading the case. Hidden problem is, Ravirai, mute your mic. Then if you read once again the case, you will come to know about a hidden problem, right? You write that. Then analysis. Analysis can be bigger. Third side heading is analysis. Then fourth is recommendation and suggestion. Write as bullet points. Say 7 to 8. From out of that, take 1 as your solution. Write as a conclusion. Justify it through some theory. I need some theory of business ethics. What you have studied. How you say that would be the best solution. Right? Okay. Anything else?
Ma'am, how to find the hidden problem actually?
See, it is up to you. You have to study the case 2-3 times. Write it. First time you read. When you are reading second time, take a pencil and underline whatever you feel is important. If you read a third time, obviously you will find the hidden problem. Right? Say, for example, I'll tell you a small case. A lady who is working in the office as secretary, takes the white sheets which is from the printer to home, right? So it was found out and she is going to be punished. So her boss is thinking, because otherwise she is a sincere lady, so he wants to analyze and give some punishment to her. This is the case, right? The question is, as a boss, what will you do? This is the question. So what is the surface problem here? Stealing the office property, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Surface problem, but what is a hidden problem?
Maybe she
Because
have
it's
a
a ethical
requirement.
paper. What you have to write is the unethicality. The person has stolen from the office, right? But the hidden problem is the need of the person who is not able to buy the paper. Your secretary is not able to buy the paper for the son for writing the examinations or what? Finding the root cause of why she has done that, right? So maybe the organization has some flaw. Why the lady is not able to buy it? Why she has done that? The hidden problem, right? Because if she has done something unethical, there is something flaw with the organization which is forced her to do so. So this is a hidden problem. Not only hidden problem, you correct more hidden problems also. Okay, the perceptual difference. So hidden problem can be that the dilemma, ethical dilemma of the boss on how to punish the person. That is a second hidden problem. You can write anything you want. Are you able to understand how you perceive the case? That is the important thing, right? There can be another one hidden problem also. The lady would have lady is very sincere. It is in the case. So you don't want to punish a sincere person. He is in dilemma. So that is the hidden problem. So reading between the lines. So what would be the analysis? You can start analyzing how the lady is working as a secretary, why she has taken, how much paper she has taken, what is the value of the paper. Like that you analyze, okay, on all the angles. That is analysis. Then at the end, you give the recommendation and suggestion. You first what you can do, you keep the inventory of the paper. Don't give too much of paper so that they will steal. Like that, you give the recommendations. Okay, or you can, if there is examination for the people, if the need is there, they can write and take it. Recommendation is sky is the limit. I will write this also. They can write that I want to take some paper to home, loose papers for my son. They can take up, get the permission and take. Right? Recommendation is your area. Then give the solution. What as a boss, what you want to punish her, you write the solution. You are the boss. You want to punish her or forgive her or how to deal with the case. Whatever you write, that is the right answer. Right? So there is no correct answer for the case. Remember that. You are the boss.
Ma'am, one last question to you.
Yes.
Ma'am, as you said, when we give exams and the results come out, we cannot see our internal and external both the marks, correct?
Yes, that is, it is escalated already. It is grading system. That is why you are not able to see. In grading system, it is not allowed actually.
Okay.
So if you have any queries like this, you just write to the DD help desk. We will accumulate that and we will see. Okay.
So
Okay.
in future, maybe we can come to know about the marks in external at least.
Maybe,
In
right?
external at least, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. This batch is very good, I should say, because I had continuously I was seeing the faces and people names, so that gives motivation for us also. If you have any feedback on the class, on my teaching style, anything where I have to improve, I'll be very grateful for the feedback. I've given you the email ID also. Flaws particularly, if you have noted anything, you can kindly send the feedback to me. That will be grateful. For HRM students, we will be meeting in the third semester. I'll be taking some HRM subjects for third semester also. So others, so now I wish you luck. Write the exams well. Thank you very much. Okay,
We'll be
thank
in
you.
touch, ma'am. And ma'am, you have a email
Super,
ID.
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Email also,
Thank
no,
you,
ma'am?
ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you,
Aziz.
ma'am.
Ma'am, you
Thank
have an
you.
email ID in the Gmail also, right?
Yeah.
Same name.
Yeah, it's same punila@gmail.com,
Okay,
but
ma'am.
I use this university email ID most. Okay,
Okay,
so
ma'am.
you send to that.
We'll be in touch, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you can keep in touch anything, because as I told you, we are exclusive faculty for you people. So at any time you can send email for any other queries also, for any other subjects also. But give some time, okay? Because as we are loaded with lot of emails, give me some time. I may answer to you in 1 week or within 1 week, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, Hal. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, am I visible? Am I audible?
So PPT is visible, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll just have a quick recap of what we discussed in the last class so that we will be we'll be able to align ourselves with the subject because we are meeting after a week, I think. Uh, so last class we were talking about strategic planning, strategic analysis and planning, how we can do the strategic planning and analysis using the various tools. That is what we have discussed. So for the first first tool we have discussed about it, situational analysis. What is a situational analysis? Before you enter into any business, right, so you need to understand what are the factors that affect your business, right? What are the various factors internally and externally it affects, right? So that is what the first thing you need to talk about in investment management. Be studying in investment management. Before you invest, you need to understand the economy, industry, and then company. Don't just go and invest it in a company. Before investing in a company, what you need to understand, because company might, you are investing in a company that might be good at that particular point in time, but when it comes to future, right, it might not perform. You do not know. There are various reasons: technological changes, political changes, and then there is geographical changes, right? Demand changes. So by all these things, no, so your company will get, somewhere down the line it will not be able to achieve its goal. So that is why situation analysis, before you make the strategy, whatever strategy we make, it is final, but it is subject to change depending on the situation of the economy. When it comes economic condition, when it comes, you have to see the GDP, right? And then inflation, interest rate, right? And then government policies, law. One of the best example we can say, law for GST, right? For GST law, what is happening, that GST rates are keep changing it. So now if you are starting a company, right, which attracts the maximum marginal tax rate under GST, and your product will not be that much demanded unless and otherwise it is essential. It is essential. So that needs to be taken into consideration. There are countries which amendments, the frequent amendments which happen, then it is very difficult for the businessman to comply with the provisions as well as to cope up with the amendments, right? To cope up with the amendments. And another thing, technological changes also be, you look at the business, which you look at the business which, depending on the technological support. And if this technology is keep upgrading, then you need to invest a lot of money in that particular technology. So that is also, especially when it comes to software technological company which are established in software technological park, hardware technological park. So these are technological supported company which will be very difficult. And ecological, nowadays you can see that companies are becoming more eco-friendly, right? More eco-friendly. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Nowadays you can see that green bonds are coming, right? And then consumers are becoming conscious consumers. They want to invest in a company where it is green investments, and all those terminologies are evolving now. And then market analysis, you have to look at the market size. What is the market size? Because why do we need to understand the market and a consumer? Because when strategy can be most predictable, you can take advantage of niche market, they call it. As in a marketing management, you will be studying niche market. Means what? The gap. So when somebody is using a strategy, what are all the lacunas that they are having it. they are facing it, you will take corrective measures, right? So that taking advantage of others gap, right? So that is what is called as a niche market. So you have to keep follow on the market and a consumer, then finally you do the SWOT analysis after analyzing the country, after analyzing the market, right? Market which takes into consideration the industry, right? And then the consumer perspective, who are your consumer, what are their needs, the demographic profile, right? Whether male, female, child, women. Yeah, last class I was telling you that only Horlicks was there, and then later on, because of the consumer analysis, what they have done, they've shifted to women Horlicks. Now they have also brought diabetic Horlicks plus, right? So Horlicks Plus, they are also providing diabetic free Horlicks. So depending on the needs of the consumer, you have to change. So that is why here they are using this tool is called as a situation analysis. And then finally we have to do this SWOT analysis: strength, weakness of oneself, opportunity and threat outside, external, right? So strength and weakness. So the same analysis we have also studied, we have also discussed about the recent terms, that is called as a TOWS analysis. What is a TOWS? TOWS. First you understand the threat and opportunities of the outside, and then you come to inside. So I gave you the example also. When you are going to compete with somebody, right? Simplest example I gave you, that if you are going to play cricket with your friends team or opponent team, so you will see that their strength and weakness you have to identify, then only we can make our team strength, and we'll be able to, so that ultimately we will be able to win over win over the competitor. Otherwise it is difficult. And initially in the traditional marketing strategy, traditional business, they were talking about only strength and weakness. Sir, I have done my MBA finance, sir. I have done my MBA HRM, sir. I wanted to go only this, sir. This is my strength, this is my weakness, sir. That is SWOT analysis. Now what is happening, sir? I am already employed, sir. Now I wanted to be an executive. I wanted to be a CEO. What should I do, sir? So now you see in a top companies, what are they expecting from the CEO? So accordingly you prepare yourself for that particular position. That is TOWS analysis. And the simplest comparison I have given you, that in the case of traditional SWOT, it is strength and weakness of the internal person, and then the external environment. And in the case of TOWS, first you take into consideration the external, and then you make a strategy accordingly. Then I gave you also example of the network analysis. What is a network analysis? Network analysis is also one of the important tools of the strategic analysis. You can also expect a question, theory based questions. You can also expect a numerical questions, because this is a very, very important thing which is useful for time constraint and the cost constraint. I told you from the beginning that strategy is a decision under a situation where you have a constraint, right? Strategy is a decision making process with constraint, right? What are the constraint? You can have time constraint, cost constraint, labor constraint, right? Material constraint. So in this situation, what will you do? Say for example, now you have to produce 1,000 laptops, but you are left with only 1,000 labors. Now how are you going to do? You don't have time. In 1 month you have to complete 1,000 laptops. How are you going to do? So you can outsource the work to somebody else, or you can increase the number of employees, like that. So that is what is the concept called strategy. So when we are talking about time constraint, cost constraint, how to reduce this? This is a useful technique to reduce the cost and time. So network analysis basically tells you what? It gives you an idea for each activity, for each and every activity, what is dependent activity, what is an independent activity, what is the time it consumes, right? Then there is a concept called crashing of project. What do you mean by crashing of project? Now we'll understand the critical paths diagram. What is a critical path? A project can be completed in a multiple ways. Now say for example, now product design inception, when you are starting a company, each one you have, ultimately if you want to start a company, you have different activity. Say for example, leave this example, I'll give you another example. Now you want to start a company. That is what is your objective. That is your 8th stage. For that, first thing what is required, first you have to reserve your name. You have to reserve your name, and then you have to prepare all the documents. After preparing documents, you have to go to make an application to RCO. So first you are making the name reservation, and then you make application to the ROC with the required documents, and then it goes to the again ROC, register of companies. Then it further goes, right? Then when you are preparing the documents, you prepare the prospectus, you go for the issue of shares, right? Whether it is private placement, types of company, all that. Once your registration is done, then you will raise your capital. From the raise of capital, you will start your company. So now what is happening? Now you want to start your company within, what is the maximum time written here? 13 days. You want to start your company in 11 days. 11 days. How to do that? Now you will come on the reverse side. You will come on the reverse side, taking into consideration which are the activity can be crashed. Crashed means what? Can be reduced. The timing reduction and the cost reduction. How it can be made? Always understand, when you're reducing the cost, you have to wait time. You have to spend time, right? It will go longer. If you want to reduce the time, you have to pay more. So this equation, this correlation you should know. So here in the network diagram, basically we try to understand what is the critical path. The critical path method is the very simplest one. You draw the diagram and then put the the duration, weeks, whatever weeks it takes, that weeks you put, and then for each path you add the total for each path, ADGJ, and then ACFJ, AEHIJ, and then ABHIJ you have. So in this, the maximum number of weeks, the path which takes maximum number of weeks is considered as critical paths. So now let us understand what is a critical path. Critical path is the maximum duration which a project takes. So that is taken into consideration. It is an activity oriented approach, method to control cost and time, right? It is helpful in controlling cost as well as time, and it is a deterministic model because you know what is going to happen. Reasonable time, it is predictable activity. You'll be able to predict the activities, because I told you, when you want to start the company, you know what are the next steps, right? What are the next steps, one after another, you know very well. So that is one another important thing. Then moving on to the project evaluation and review technique. What is PERT? PERT initially I told you in the last class, initially it was used for military operation. What they do in the military operation, you have a constraint. What are the constraint? Resource constraint, time constraint, and all those things. When you go, you have to plan. You have to plan for each project, how much do you need to carry, how much resources you have to carry. You do not know what the other person will do. So it is unpredictable method. This one is a predictable method. This is unpredictable method, and it takes to consideration only the time, not the costs. Not the cost, because you look at the military operation, you cannot buy anything there. Whatever resources available with you within the stipulated time, what strategy you will do. So that is, it is a probabilistic model. You only presume what the other party will do, but you do not know. The simplest example we can say that what the competitor, the enemy country, what is the resources they have, we do not know. So we assume that they have they are fighting for whole day, whole week. So these resources must have been finished. So now we can move forward with the other strategy. So that is what is called as a probabilistic method. Somebody is raising a hand. Preeti Raghuraman, do you have any question? No problem, Punita ma'am. Preeti Raghuraman, do you have any query?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. I hope you could follow, because I'm only giving recap because this is very important. That's why I'm going little faster. Please try to understand the situation also, because I have to start the other portion also. We are left with only 2 more classes, I believe. Okay, so PERT and CPM, I told you what is the relationship, and then we have also discussed about the BCG matrix, Boston Consulting Group matrix, right? What is this Boston Consulting Group? So when you are investing in a market, right? When you're investing in a market, what kind of decision you should take? What kind of decision you should take? So here we have seen that, cash curve, stars, question mark, dogs and all. So each one, it shows that a dog means what? Dog means after eating it will sleep only. So market rate is also low, and then relative market share also low. You are having less shares and it is not performing, so that means it will eat and sleep like a dog. What is a cash cow? Cash cow means you have a high share, but market growth is not there. Market growth is not there, but market share you have high. So that is called as a cash cow. Cash cow means what? When possibility come, sell it and encash it. What is a question mark? You don't have the share. You have only one share, but the growth is like anything. Growth is like anything. So that is a question mark. Why it is going so crazy? And then stars, when both relative market share and market growth rates are high, it is called as a stars. And there is also another one, ANSF matrix, strategies for diversification. What is this diversification? When you are running a company, when you want to start a company, you want to start a new company or you want to expansion, right? Diversification. So that is what is the strategy here they are talking about. In the market, if you are going for the new market, what kind of product and services you are going to do? In case of new market, develop the market development. And then in case of a services, it is a diversification means basically it talks about if you are producing one particular product laptop, you also do some software, so supporting or ancillary. So it is a diversification. In case of existing market penetration, so you are already in the market, you are starting another product, so their market penetration. I told you market penetration, you start with a lower price, right? Attract the customers. How to attract the customers? By selling the lower price, cost cutting, right? So then you enter the market and then later on you use this strategy. And then in the long run you have to do what? Product development. And then product life cycle also we have discussed. The product life cycle, how your product, the stage in which your product is located, accordingly you have to take the decision. I told you about the pricing strategy, I told you. So in case of introduction stage, you have to use the penetration strategy. What is a penetration strategy? Penetration means introduce the product at a lowest price. As you grow, what you have to do? You have to increase the prices. Mr. Dipesh Kumar, I am discussing the techniques, right? I'll try to complete this in the next hour and next lecture, and then I will tell you about the study material. Because in the study material, they have given zigzag, right? Zigzag. So for you to understand and follow, I have given all the techniques in one particular chapter, right? It is that some techniques they've given in the second unit, some techniques they've given in the third unit. So what I have done for study purpose, I am doing it in a systematic way. I am doing it. So it is easy for you when you study all the technique, you can study and go for the examination. That is why I'm doing. And most of the reference books, if you follow, they've used this methods only. Okay.
Sir, you are talking about the study material. That means our textbooks which have been given to us.
Yes. Now what I'm doing, I will do this, the presentation first, and then I'll take you through the study material. What is given in the MBA study material, then I will map.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now in today's class, what we are going to talk about, strategic condition matrix, right? Or ADL matrix. What is this, strategic condition matrix? The competition position, right? Or of three types. Dominant position, what kind of position you have? Whether you are in the market leader, or you are very close to the market leader, or you are in the mid, right? Or you are in the growth stage or beginning stage, right? So that is what your competition positioning. And you're mapping this competition position depending on the industry life cycle stage, right? Industry life cycle. So industry life cycle, when it comes embryonic, growth, mature and aging, right? So here what kind of strategy they are mapping? All out, push for share, hold the position, right? You're in the industry in the beginning stage, and you're the top leader. That means what? You push whatever it comes, right? You produce whatever produce, because you have a good recognition in the market. Your products are demanded, no competitor. In that case, what you do? Hold your product. Hold your position and try to sell whatever you make. It will be profitable. And the same in introduction stage, if you are having a strong position, right, and attempt to improve position, all out push for shares. That means what? You are very close competitor, close hedge competition, right? You're in the second position. What you do? You have to push yourself to come to the first. And then favorable situation, selectively attempt to improve position. So it's favorable condition. What is happening when you have a diversification? When you have a diversification, you are having 2-3 product in your production cycle. So what you do, instead of producing all the three, you concentrate on one product, so that you'll be able to attract the customers, attract the market. So that is what selective. You have to do, take selective steps, selective strategy to attract the market. And tenable means what? Selectively push for position, because you are nowhere in the in the position. So now you have to work hard to come to the start level. And weak position in the beginning, either you try hard, otherwise leave. Because in the introduction cycle, introduction of the industry life cycle, you are at the weak position, then whatever you have to try hard to push yourself, otherwise leave the market and come. So that is what is the position in. And the next stage is growth stage. At the growth level, what you are doing, it at the growth level, you are in the dominant position, whole positioning and whole share. In case of strong position competition, among the competitor, you are having the strong position, attempt to improve position, push for shares. And here favorable, attempt to improve position, selective push strategy, right? Selective push strategy, because it is a growth. So you are having a favorable condition, favorable competition. So if you concentrate on the improve position, then you'll be able to attract the market. Find niche and protect it. Tenable means what? Find the niche means what? Find the gap, find the opportunity, how you can take. See, say for example, if you are bringing the product. So, okay, now you look at this iPhone. That's it. I think I can give you this example. iPhones keep upgrading at the same time, whatever lacunas are there. So similar things, whatever lacunas are there in the iPhone, the Android companies are taking over by finding the niche, right? From one competitor, what is missing? What are the area they are not concentrating? What are the the customer whom they are missing? So that portion you identify, and then you invest there. Then you will be able to attract the market. And the next one is a weak form they're talking about turnaround or abandon. Again, they are talking about turnaround. So you are using strategy, you have come to the growth, but still you are in the weak. From here to here you have come, but still you are at the weak stage, you are not growing. In that case, you change your strategy or abandon the product. At the mature level, hold a position, grow with the industry, right? Grow with the industry. When the industry grows, so industry needs are changing, market is changing, customer needs are changing, demands are changing, then you have to grow with the industry. And then in the case of strong position, hold a position and grow with the industry. Custodial or maintenance, find a niche and protect it. In case of favorable condition, at a mature stage, it is growing like this. Now you look at it at a tenable growth. Now tenable is okay, but you will be moved to the favorable condition. At a maturity stage itself, you have to find, otherwise you will be pushed down, right? You will be pushed out. Then tenable, phased out, withdrawal, or find niche and hang on. And turnaround, orphaned out and withdrawal. In case of aging, after maturity, it is almost like a decline stage. You have to hold position. In the case of dominant, strong position, hold a position or harvest, right? Sell it and come out. And then phased out, withdrawal or harvest. And then phased out, withdrawal or abandon. So aging stage, it's like a declining stage, where you have to do, only if you are a dominant position means nobody can come to you. Your price is so attractive, your product quality nobody can produce. In that case, you can hold a position. And you are having the second position, in that case, hold a position or you sell it and come out, right? So that is what is the strategic condition means what? Conditioning is a condition matrix. If this is the stage, what will you do? If this is the stage, what will you do? So the depending on the condition, what kind of strategic matrix that you will take. So that is what here it's called as a strategic conditioning. And the next one is GE McKinsey matrix, right? McKinsey is the company where they have used General Electric. McKinsey matrix was developed in the year 1970 after General Electric asked in consultant McKinsey to develop a portfolio management model. So portfolio management model, what it is, when you're investing in a company, you should not invest only in one particular industry, because one particular company. When you're investing in one company, what will happen if the company fails? All your investment will go bad, right? So that is why instead of investing all the investment in one particular product, one particular company, what you should do, you should also diversify your risk, right? Diversify by way of diversification of the investment. So instead of putting all 1 lakh rupee in buying the equity shares, what you can do, you can buy 50,000 equity shares, and other 50,000 you can put it in the post office saving bank, fixed deposits, debentures and all. So these are fixed income, right? On the plan B will give you fixed income, but plan A will give you only the, if the company perform well, if the company doesn't have any cost of capital, right, then they will distribute by way of dividend, otherwise they will retain it. So in that case, in that position, what will you do? So that is what is the portfolio management basically talks about. This matrix is a strategic tool that provides guidance on how a corporation should prioritize its investment among its business units, right? So how much to invest, where to invest, right, when to invest, all these are given by the McKinsey matrix, leading to three possible scenarios: whether you should invest or harvest or divest, right? So these three situations. Now look at it: competitive strength of business units when it comes low, medium, high, and industry attractiveness low, medium, high. So when both are low, danger zone. Danger zone strategy is that harvest and divest, right? Harvest means what?
Sorry
Sell
to
it
interrupt, sir.
or yes.
So right time to ask questions or at the end of the class?
Yeah, you can ask me.
So this the question is these techniques which we are going through now. I mean, are they on one the same parameter or they are on different parameters? The objective of these techniques are on different parameters. So when applying in questions during the examination or in real life, which matrix we have to apply where? Is it all are different or they all on the same parameter?
No, all are different. Mr. Aziz, I'll tell you this. What is the strategic analysis? This chapter particularly talks about when the situation comes. See, we are all heroes depending on the situation only, right? We are successful only depending on the situation. What kind of strategy that we do, right? So similarly, these are the different tools in the industry past, during the past industrialists, they have used it and they were successful. So these are the different techniques are there. So now when you look at this McKinsey matrix, it talks about investment, which talks about investment positioning. And when it comes to condition matrix, depending on your leadership position in the market. When it comes to BCG markets, right, portfolio level, right, strategy for product portfolio. So this is different situation, how you have to react. So these are only a decision criteria. But as an executive, MBA executive, we have to take decision. They are giving you different tools. What are the different tools and techniques are there to predict your future, to react to the situation? That is what
based
here
on
they are talking about.
based on different situation and different objectives, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have to map with the objective.
Yes.
So objective, that is what we have discussed in the first chapter, right? Goal, vision, mission, right?
Yeah.
With that, you have to map.
Okay.
Right, you're fixing one goal. Now you'll say, for example, now you're fixing a goal 5 years after that I will sell it and come. Now we'll take a simplest example. Sir, I want to start business, sir. Now I'll put Aziz, Mr. Aziz wanted to start a business. Now he's having confusion, sir, what should I do? So you are saying, sir, but I don't have any idea, sir, I'm a fresh MBA graduate. Okay, now you are deciding, okay, I'll go and work for a company, sir. You are working for a company. What is your objective? 5 years you will work and then you will start your own business. So in that situation, what kind of strategy you will do, it is depending on your situation. Now, if I want to settle down in the same company till the retirement, you cannot use my strategy, right? So depending on the goal, depending on the situation, strategy will change.
And the constraints also.
Yes, constraint. That is also a good point.
Thank you.
Constraint also we should take into consideration. Okay, now McKinsey strategy, what they are talking about, when your industry, attractiveness and competitive strength are becoming low, medium, then what you should do, you should divest. Divest means what? Disinvestment, right? Sell it and come, otherwise you hold. Then in the middle situation, right? Middle situation is what? Your business attractiveness, industry attractiveness is low, but competitive strength is high. Then you hold it for a while. Hold it, because you will get a chance. There is a chance to grow. There is a chance to grow because competitive strength of a business unit, it is the only unit which is having, but people are not buying any product. It needs some strategy. You have to use some strategy, like a marketing strategy, advertisement, like that. You'll be able to attract the customers, but don't sell it. That is what is the yellow sign. Yellow sign. And the green sign talks about it is a safe investment for grow. Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Right? It is a safe investment to grow. Hold it. Hold it. And then here, this one also, selective investment or hold. And then this last three stages, what they are talking about, harvest or divest. What question they will ask, in the beginning of the class also, we were talking. I thought I will talk to you about the case studies at the end. Now I will also introduce the case studies, how you can expect the questions. When the questions are asked, no, basically they wanted to know what kind of strategy you do, right? What kind of strategy you take. So say for example, if the question is being asked any kind of subject, right? When I'll give you the best example which I can give you. Never think that you will get the question related to the subject, right? You have to relate, because you have an objective. You have an objective. Say for example, let us imagine that now you are in the first year. Second year, when you go, third semester when you go, you will be specialized finance, HR, and all those things. Even in this semester, you have a HRM subject, you have a strategic management, you have a ethics subject, right? You have a accounting subject, financial management subjects. All the subjects, when you have, what you should do, you should take into consideration what is the context that you need to understand. So what is the context? Now say for example, Punita ma'am gave one example. She said that one employee was stealing the taking the in a business, no, they will not use the term steal and all those things. They use it differently. So they say that papers are missing, and then when they come to know, they came to know that the employees are taking away they are using the papers for personal use, right? This is the situation. Now the same question comes in the accounting. What will you do? You have to see, there is a so much of suspense accounts are happening because of this reason, right? How to evolve this, and companies profits are being affected because this kind of practices used by the employees. And the same question is being asked in the HRM papers. What you have to do, you have to see employee morale, how employee morale is affecting the company's productivity, right? And the third subject, you say in ethics, when it comes, you have to see that code of conduct, right? The pressure of the management. So when the company is not having ethical code of conduct, ethical policies, and that is not being communicated to the employees, these kind of practices are happening. So the fault is where? The fault is with the company. When the company is not following ethical policies and properly they are not implementing it in the organization, then these kind of practices are adopted by the companies. And the same things are used in the strategy. So what you can do, you in the strategic conditioning, you have to see that the constraints the company is facing is because the employees are using this kind of strategy. So how to overcome these things? So now you have to educate the employee about the constraints, and then you can change this one. So the what is important is that your answer is right depending on the subject, constraint, and the topic, right? All these things you have to take into consideration, and then you have to relate. When you're writing the answer, you should write whatever you know. So when the question is come, see the terminology which I've used in case of HRM, you have to use the term employee morale, productivity. These are all terms related to the HRM. When it comes to finance, it is related to the window dressing, creative accounting. These are the terminology you have to use it, right? So depending on the subject, case study you have to write. So that is why don't expect the questions, case study questions. Sir, I am studying for strategy, I will get only strategic questions. No. In that situation, what it says, somebody wants to start a company, right? As a MBA executive advice, so you can write all the tools and techniques, right? Strategic analysis what we have used. He has to do before starting a company, he has to do the SWOT analysis. Before starting a company, he has to do the McKinsey, and then competitive positioning. All the strategy you can write. And the same question when it is asked in the company, in a finance paper, what you have to do, how to raise capital, what is the cost of capital. In the financial management also, you have to see capital budgeting. Could you follow what I'm talking about? The question can be same, but how your writing answer is based on the content and the syllabus of the subject. Did I make myself clear to you all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
now, yeah. So now moving on to the next topic, competitive advantage. These we have already discussed. What is this competitive advantage and the market scope? Competitive advantage, how you can take competitive advantage. Competitive advantage you can take, there are only two concepts. One, either cost leadership or differentiation positioning. Cost leadership or differentiation positioning. What is this cost leadership? If you want to focus, on the profitability, right? More number of sales, profitability. In that case, you have to take care of cost leadership. What is this cost leadership? You have to produce your product at a attractive price. No competitor can afford a price which you are offering. How you can make this one? If you want to attract the entire market, you have to have the cost leadership. If you want to focus only on this segment. If a market, when you are talking about entire Indian market, if you want to focus only in Chennai, if you want to focus only in Bangalore, then a segment market. Or if you're focusing only on the senior citizen, right? If you're This is for the same Horlicks example you take. Horlicks can be used by entire population. So that is market scope. But a particular segment, women, for a woman, it's a segment. And differentiation, when it comes, you're not worried about the cost. Sir, I have already have the brand image, sir. Nobody, whatever price I say, that they are ready to buy, sir. So in that case, you have to go for differentiation means what? Innovation in the products, right? The innovation in the product. So that means there are n number of product available in the market, but how your product is different, unique from the other competitors, other producers, other manufacturers. So that is what is the differentiation strategy. So differentiation strategy, be a distinctive company recognized for its uniqueness, quality, or personality. This company, okay, you should invest it there. It is always, you get the dividend, and there is always a growth in the markets, right? And the differentiation focus is that have a differentiated product or a market niche. Find out the gap in the market, in the niche, in the segment, and then you develop. So it was started in the year 1985 in his book Competitive Advantage, Creating and Sustaining Superior Performance. How to do in the Michael Porter, he has invented this strategy called competitive advantage. Porter is telling that how to create and sustain superior performance. First you have to create the product, and then how to sustain. For sustainability, first thing you do the differentiation, and then you want to sustain it. How to sustain? You have to produce initially. If see this in marketing, you will be studying this concept. No competitor, you're the only one. You can sell at any price. As the competitors are coming, you should reduce the prices. You should reduce the prices, so that when you reduce the prices, competitor can never come to close to you. And the same way, consumers will get attracted. So here, three generic strategies, namely cost leadership, differentiation, and then focus strategy. Thereafter, he then subdivided the focus strategy into two parts: cost focus and the differentiation focus. Now, presently, we have four: cost leadership and differentiation for the entire market, focus strategy, segment, and whether it is cost or differentiation focus, depending on the. Okay, we have come almost to the last of this particular concept, analysis and planning. So this one we are going to talk about business environment, right? So we were talking about, sir, the SWOT analysis and all we were talking, right? So SWOT analysis, and then BCG matrix, and then ANSOF matrix, and then TOES analysis, and the situation analysis, and then what are the other things that we have seen, BCG matrix, right? All that we have discussed. But these are all techniques. But now we need to understand the business environment. How to understand the business environment? There are two components. Business environment is bifurcated into two. One is internal environment, other one is external environment. What is this internal environment? Internal environment, when it comes, see, I told you about that ethical system, that value system. A company should have a value. So this also I told you, value. What is this value they are talking about? Value means what? Company has a core value system in the organization, right? These core values should be withheld. Otherwise, the companies, the reputation of the company will go bad, right? So vision and objective, vision, mission, objective, organization structure, right? Organization structure, when it comes, who is the top level management, middle level management, how they are treating the customers, employees, and all that comes. Quality of human resources, labor union, physical resources, and technological resources, all that is coming under internal environment. Now the question comes, sir, what is the relevance of business environment with the strategic management? Strategic management, you need to understand the business. For that, what kind of environment with which you are starting, now you see, you are starting a company where employees are having high value system, high morale, then automatically our productivity will increase. So first you need to understand what are all our internal components, because internal components are controllable means what? If the value systems are not good, if the mission is not achievable, right? Organization structure, we have staff structure. Instead, we wanted to adopt a line structure. So you can change it, because internal environment controllable. You can change it anytime. But external, it is opposite. External means what? Outside, uncontrollable. You cannot control it. It's because government is telling that increasing the GST from 8% to 18%. What will you do? You have to make the strategy, but you cannot change anything. That's a problem. And here, this micro and macro environment they are talking about. Micro environment, it comes, suppliers of input, customers, marketing intermediaries, competitors, publics, etc. You have to deal very carefully, right? Though they are internal, you can consider they are coming and going, right? To some extent, you can influence them, but these are very sensitive component. You remember that we were talking about rivalry among competitors and all. The biggest problem the company face now is the competitor, more than the competitor, suppliers and customers only, right? Competitors you can win over. Now suppliers and customers wanted to take advantage. What advantage? Price advantage. So if your supplier, you're not treating them properly, obviously they will leave you, and then they will go and supply somewhere else, because for everybody, business objective is to make profit only, right? If you're not treating the suppliers right and the customers, anytime they will drop your product and then go to the competitor. So dealing the competitor, you should be very careful, because your supplier and customer loyalty is very, very important. And marketing intermediaries, when it comes, marketing intermediaries also, who are all, the middleman between the customers and you, that also needs to be taken into consideration. And then only competitors, because competitors are not the big problem for nowadays. Competitors are not big problem nowadays, because previously in the traditional period, suppliers very honest, they will sell only to you only. They were not worried about the profit and all, because of the trust. The treatment of the mutual treatment between the customers, the suppliers and the company were very good. But now it is not so. Everybody wants to take a profit, everybody wanted to take a price advantage. In that situation, now we have to be very careful with the suppliers and customers. Without supplier you cannot produce, so no customers. Without customer, whatever you produce you cannot sell it, so no profit. Then where does the competitor comes? Only these two are the strength. These two are the strength for you, supplier and a customers, and the connecting person between these two, the marketing intermediaries, right? So these three people, beyond, if you have a strong setup in your organization, then only you have a question of competitor, otherwise no other things. So once you address all these things, then you get the public image. What is this public image? Oh, this company, they are producing good company, they are producing good quality product and all those things, right? The image among the public can be obtained. And the next one is macro environment. What is the macro? External in nature. So external means economic conditions of the country, GDP, GNP, interest rate, right? Inflation, all that is being taken into consideration. Unemployment, poverty, that is being taken into consideration. You look at this, in ethics you must have studied, if the country is poor country, right? Poor country, they are starving and all those things, you cannot teach any value system to them because of the needs. Only when the needs are satisfied, you will be able to teach. What you'll be able to teach? Value ethics and all. Value ethics doesn't work to the poor people, right? See, in case of poverty, what will they do? They are starving. They have to sustain in the they have to sustain. How to sustain? Crooks and means, whatever means they have, they will try to implement. There it cannot happen. But that is why the company should first satisfy the employees needs once satisfied, then you will be able to implement the ethics and values and all. Political, legal environment, technological environment. What is happening in the global, right? Global one example I'll tell you, that when it compared to China, they always make, because of the population, the biggest advantage of the China is the population, that they are also doing investing in the new newness in the production process, right? Newness in production process. So when they are doing newness and production process, they'll be able to reduce lot of cost, so the prices are very cheap. In that conditions, what you are doing, you are using some, your forefathers forefathers machinery which were installed way back 50 years back, right? So that product, when you are using it, you won't be able to make profit. Your cost of production will be very high. And then socio-cultural, demographic profile of the customers, right? Natural calamity, right? Like, in once upon a time, Gujarat was a state where they used to have frequent earthquake was happening, and then tsunami, rain, flood and all, certain states. So in that situation, what will you do? Where you are starting your business, that location is very prone to natural calamities. So what will you do? And the last one is ecological. How you are doing ecological conditioning to your organization, right? So the product design, packing, right? Packing, its validity, all that is post purchase disposal of the waste, how it is affecting the environment, that also needs to be taken into consideration. Because nowadays you see this environmental legislations are becoming very strict. Now you see, any kind of pollution, impact assessment is being taken. What is this impact assessment? When before starting your company, right? You have to get us, in a single window scheme, you have to apply for the license. So where they will also check what kind of, how your company's product production process can affect the environment when it comes everything, air, water, right? And then sound, noise pollution, everything is taken into consideration. So how it is getting affected. So for that, they need to check the air quality, water quality before your company and after your company on a yearly basis they will do. So that is what is called as uh, social cost benefit analysis, right? What you're doing it to the society, what you're extracting from the society, right? So that is being mapped in the NPV analysis, whether it is positive or negative. That is also being taken into consideration in the case of ecological. So ecology is the most important at present day context, and you need to take into consideration the ecological factors of production and the packing, and then post production, that all needs to be taken into consideration when you are starting the business. So with this, our major chapters are coming to an end, and the next one we have a fourth and fifth chapter which talks about strategic formulation and implementation, that we will discuss. No, what we will do, that we will next class we will discuss the text study material, right? I'll take you through whatever we have discussed so far, how it is written in the textbook. I will relate that one. And then last class we will see the implementation and control, and then we will discuss some of the past papers with the case study. All right, if you have any doubt you can ask me now, otherwise it's done for the day and we'll wind up the session.
Sir, we have class only today and tomorrow. So when do you have the sessions?
Today only, this lecture is given. Tomorrow is the last day. There is no more class for you.
No.
Okay, then tomorrow I think I'll be having two more lectures. So one lecture I'll take you through the study material, and then because this implementation and control, now formulation implementation is very very small portion that I'll be able to cover up in half an hour, and that's it. And then the remaining class, one more class we have there, I will talk about the past papers, some of the past papers, how to answer what we have discussed, how it is being asked, that we will discuss, so that you will get an idea how to prepare for examination.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, any other doubt?
Sir, you mean to say tomorrow we'll have two classes of yours, right?
Most probably we'll have two lectures. Mr. Ravi Rai, you are muted.
If yeah, got it, sir. If it is a
Okay,
one
okay,
class,
okay. One class I'll try to cover up the study material, and then I'll discuss the last half an hour. I'll discuss the past papers.
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Fine.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me share the screen. Fine. I hope the screen is visible to all of you. Is it visible?
The node started.
Screen. And someone use the chat box.
Sir, we are not able to see the PPT as such. It's just that your screen.
पंद्रह मिनट तो ऐसे ही
What's happening? Does anyone know?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Fine. So discuss the use. There was some technical issue. So yeah, fine. Can you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. We can able to
Hello?
see visible, sir.
Yeah, fine. So we were in the pricing part last class, if you remember.
Yes, sir. Pricing policy and constraints.
Yeah. So we were discussing this particular slide, I hope. Right? So we'll discuss without wasting much time. Okay. So this is a slide we were talking in the last class. Right? Can somebody unmute and tell? I'm not able to see the.
Yes, sir. It's okay.
Yeah, fine. So pricing and policy we were discussing. What are the pricing procedures? Okay. So what are the procedures we should follow for the same? Also, we had a discussion. Selecting the pricing objectives, determining the demand, estimating the cost, analyzing the competitors' cost price offers, selecting the pricing approach. And later in the sixth stage, I have maybe pointed to the right side, you can find some portrait. There you can find what is the problem with high price and low price, and whether it is possible in the real market and all. So this is the sixth stage, that is selecting how we should select the pricing approach. Okay, so we have to consider this particular extreme maybe pricing. And last, selecting the final price of the product. Okay, so these are the stages or procedures for the pricing policy. Then pricing at product life cycle. So what kind of pricing we should follow during the product life cycle? So what is product life cycle? What are the stages that we have to see in the product life cycle? So in each stage, what can be the price? If you see very light color of maybe line here, it is the product, maybe product's price during different stages of product life cycle. Okay, introduction stage, growth stage, maturity stage, and decline stage. You can find the price of the, maybe the profit of the product is varying. Okay, even the sales also you can find accordingly. So this is the maybe page which is showing with respect to the profit during different product life cycle. Okay, so that also you can just have a note while you are maybe while you are getting something in the examination point of view. What can be the pricing, what can be the profit during different stages of product life cycle. Then there are some pricing. You can find skimming price, penetration pricing, cost plus price, and pricing of business to business markets and all. So that we'll discuss here. What are the different pricing methods? This is one of the frequently asked maybe question in the examination point of view. Okay, for the new product pricing strategies, you can find market skimming and market penetration is there. Then product mixing pricing strategies are there. Product line pricing, optional pricing, maybe captive product pricing, by product pricing, product bundle pricing, and later price adjustment strategies also you can find here. Discount and allowances, discriminatory pricing, psychological pricing, then value pricing, promotional pricing, geographical pricing, and international pricing. So each one we'll discuss with a limited explanation here. Okay, what is new product pricing strategies? Under that, we can find skimming and penetration pricing. Okay, I'm following this particular slide. So what is skimming price? How many of you know about skimming price before? Is there anyone who know what is skimming price? Even if you are wrong, fine. Is there anyone who know what is skimming pricing?
Maybe cutting down the price.
Yeah, initially we will be implementing the product with a high price. Later the price will be reduced. Okay, so what kind of strategy or what kind of situation we can follow that if the competition is high, or if there is no much competition, if we are
When
introducing.
product inside speak.
Yeah, who is talking that? Yes,
So
come again.
product is at its peak.
Yeah, product at its peak, or if you are introducing for new product only we are discussing. Okay, suppose if you are introducing a new product in the market, now competitors and all, you can implement this particular strategy. High price beginning, later once competitors are coming to the market, you are supposed to reduce the price. Okay, this particular method is called skimming price method. Later we can find market penetration pricing. Here what you are doing, you will be implementing a product which is highly competitive in the market. There are a number of competitors, so you are maybe supposed to introduce a product with a lower price. Okay, so this particular method is called penetration pricing. So what situation you can implement these things, you can just visualize. Okay, if market is very tight and highly competitive, you cannot go with a skimming price, because you have to follow the pricing, you have to follow the less price for your new product. Okay, so these are the two methods for new product pricing. And later this particular price adjustment strategies, what I am requesting all of you, you can use some instead of you following the textbook, most of the definitions you can definitions as well as explanation, if you look, you can find it will be very complicated. Okay, so I request all of you to check this particular. You please add me into your WhatsApp group. I will share this particular PPT today itself. Please go through each and every components, whatever I am kept in the maybe in the PPT, because yeah,
Can you share your number then so that we can add you?
I will share maybe the end of the presentation. What I will do, I will share the number. So you please add me into that. I will share the PPT and maybe some explanation, so you can go through it. That will be better.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So yeah, so price adjustment strategies, what you can do, what is geographical pricing and all, minimum explanation I kept here, because I don't think if you are discussing each and every points very detailed way, we may not be able to cover by next hour. I think one more hour only we are having, that is tomorrow's hour, tomorrow's class. So tomorrow's class, what I'm thinking, I will help you to maybe suggest some methods in which we can able to do the case study analysis by the help of maybe ChatGPT. So I hope all of you know how to use ChatGPT. Instead of maybe I will discuss, but I will tell you some strategy how we can use those maybe technological solutions to find the case analysis results, so that with a very limited time you will be getting the grasp of the entire maybe the case study. Okay, so I think it will be helpful. So this price adjustment strategy, what is value pricing, psychological pricing according to psychological maybe advantage or maybe the disabilities of the consumers with respect to the uh, psychological maybe inferiority, you can say. Okay, then discriminatory pricing is nothing. With respect to the consumers, different kind of consumers, you will be having discriminatory prices. You will not be having uniform prices. You will be changing the prices according to the situation, according to the demand, according to the maybe changes in the preferences and all, maybe the climate, everything can be the maybe the criteria. Discount and allowances pricing, it's again you will be having some extra discounts, allowances with respect to the price that you are keeping. Promotional pricing, it is to temporarily you are reducing the price to increase the sales. Then geographical pricing, depending on the geographical differences, you will be having changes in the pricing. International pricing, for the international maybe product, if you are having multiple markets within the country as well as outside the country, you will be having different pricing. Okay, sometime it may be common price for the entire maybe world, sometime it may be differing according to the sorry according to the maybe changes of maybe national boundaries. Okay, so these are the things you should remember for the price adjustment strategies. Later, you can find products mixing pricing. So there are some maybe types of pricing you can find under this particular category: product mixing pricing, ceiling price, optional product pricing, captive product pricing, and byproduct pricing, product bundle pricing. So product bundle pricing or the product sold for together. Okay, so if you are buying for the bulker quantity, you will be having a different pricing. Byproduct pricing, there are some products which are called byproduct and maybe byproducts and all. Okay, value for the products by to get rid of them, because that means it is nothing with respect to the products. There may be some byproducts which may be buying along with the products, complementary products and byproducts are there. So those categorization, I hope all of you might be knowing. So accordingly, you can find according to the price mix or product mix, the pricing also will be varying. Ceiling price is the assessment of unique product features. So suppose if you are introducing a product which is having a unique feature, for that you can have a different pricing. Optional product pricing, pricing optional or accessory products sold with the main product. So you may be having some auxiliary products or maybe sub products which may be required for that particular product. So in that case, that also can be maybe giving along with that particular product. Like that, this maybe this 5 points I may give extra explanation maybe in the slide. You can just go through it. So these are the things you should keep for the third unit. And fourth unit is starting with the marketing channels. Okay, so what is marketing channel? These marketing channels are merely looking towards this particular maybe components here. Marketing channels defined as the external contractual organization that management operates to achieve its distribution objectives. Suppose if you are producing a product, that will be transferring directly from you to the end user, or you to the wholesaler retailer to the end user, you to the agent wholesaler retailer to the end user. Like that, there may be some different external channels, external parties who are involved in the transferring or movements of goods from the manufacturing to the end user. Okay, this particular process or this particular channel is called marketing channels. Okay, so there are four terms in this definition that has like external contractual organization, operations and distribution objectives. So there are some four keywords you need to remember for the marketing channels. That is, external parties will be there, that can be wholesaler, retailer, agents, commissions, brokers, all these people. Contractual organization, they'll be having a mutual understanding between the manufacturing to the consumers or retailer, whoever is there in between. Then it is to enhance the operations as well as the distribution objectives. Sometimes the distribution objectives is to have maybe maximum customers. Okay, sometimes it may be having some objectives. So each and every distribution channels will be having some objectives. So all those objectives will be satisfied during this particular process. All this put together called marketing channels. Okay, marketing channels. So if you see the flow of marketing channels here, this is very easy. Okay, product flow, negotiation flow, ownership flow, information flow, and product promotion flow are there. These are the four maybe types of marketing channel. If you are supposed to ask about this particular marketing channel, you have to have this particular structure in your mind. Okay, so what is product flow? It is from the movements of product. Okay, from manufacturing, transportation, wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. This is the typical way of maybe movement of good. Negotiation flow is nothing in between the manufacturer and wholesaler, retailer, and consumers. We can find there is a flow of goods with respect to the negotiation. That is, you will be having multiple quoting of maybe price between the manufacturer and wholesaler, retailer and wholesaler, and consumer and retailer. Okay, then ownership flow you can find from manufacturer to wholesalers, they are directly supplying. Then after that, there will be a term period or credit time period will be giving for the products and all. So these are the elements you should remember for the negotiation flow and ownership flow. Okay, then information flow will be like a diagonal way. It can be in any levels. Okay, so as a manufacturer, as a transportation company, wholesaler, retailer, or consumers, you will be exchanging the information to any of the level. Sometime if you are buying a product, you may not be communicating to the retailer, you will be directly communicating those information to the wholesaler or transportation company or the manufacturer themselves. Okay, so like that it will be flowing from each levels. Okay, it may not be directly to one to one, it may be to diagonal way to any of the maybe people who are in the marketing channel. Promotional flow also like that only, it may be between the parties or it may be to any of the components. Okay, what is promotional flow? It is to promote the goods, okay, the particular goods to any of the parties. So advertisement agency will be there, wholesalers are there, retailers are there, consumers are there. Manufacturer, what they will be doing, they'll be appointing some advertising agency to promote their product, okay, to the wholesalers, to the retailers, as well as the consumers. So they will be doing that. The arrow mark is talking about that only. The manufacturer will be having a direct connection with the consumers also sometimes. Okay, they will be directly associated with the advertisement agency. They will be connecting all those other components, okay, with respect to promotion of that particular product. So these are the five maybe marketing channel you have to remember: product flow, negotiation flow, ownership flow, information flow, and promotion flow. Okay, then what are the functions of distribution channel? These are the 5 6 functions I have identified from your textbook. What you can do, this each functions will be having n number of other explanation, but I will give you minimum explanation. The manufacturer will be having bulk, maybe quantity of products. What they are doing through distribution channel, they are breaking the bulk into different maybe wholesalers. Okay, that is the breaking of bulk function. Okay, second, accumulating the bulk, that is as a wholesaler, what a wholesaler is doing, they are bringing different bulk from different wholesaler, different manufacturers. Okay, so they are accumulating the bulk for the consumers. Suppose if a wholesaler is collecting only one product from one manufacturer, okay, so they will be having only one product. So what they are doing, suppose if they are collecting the bulk from different maybe manufacturers, that too for different products, they are accumulating the bulk for the consumers. Okay, then creating assortment is the third point. So suppose if you are not getting clarity, you can go through it. Suppose uh, if you are having a retail shop, okay, you may not be able to go with or go behind all the wholesalers. Okay, that is all the wholesales of single product. So wholesalers, what they are doing, because of the distribution channel, proper distribution channel, as a retailer, you will be able to create a proper allocation of maybe variety of goods for your consumers. Then reducing transactions, number of transactions will be reduced. If a manufacturer is directly supplying to consumer, thousand and crores of transaction will be taking place, that too for individual product. So the proper distribution channel will be helpful for the manufacturer to reduce the number of transactions. Then transportation and storing, because the manufacturer need not to keep everything with themselves. What they are doing, they are giving to the wholesalers and retailers and other channel distributors, so that they don't need to keep, or they don't need to store all the things, and they don't need to transport individually, they have to transport bulk. Then credit services, that is the wholesalers and retailers will be giving credit services for the consumers as well as other maybe channel distributors. This is the other help which is happening through distribution channel. So these are the functions you have to remember for the distribution channel. Each and every function whatever you are seeing here, it is having numerous maybe pages of maybe explanation in the textbook. Whatever you are maybe getting out of my explanation is a minimum. If you want to have extra explanation for the same, please refer the textbook. Okay, we may not be able to discuss each and every line in the textbook, since it is a theory paper. We have to have the points. So even in the examination also, please keep it in mind. Please try to have these points in your mind while writing the answer. If you are writing like that, you will be getting the maximum marks. Next topic is structure and design of marketing channel. So this is very familiar to all of us. We may not be knowing the right name for the same before, but please go through it. There is 0 level, 1 level, 2 level, and 3 level maybe marketing channels. Suppose if you are a consumer and buying directly from the manufacturer, such kind of maybe distribution channel or marketing channel is called zero level marketing channel. One level, that is only retailer, that is a retailer is directly buying from the manufacturer and selling to you, that is one level. Two level is wholesaler, retailer will be coming in between. Three level, agent, wholesaler, retailer. So these three parties will be coming in between of manufacturer and consumer. I hope up to this is clear for everyone. Please let me know.
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Yeah. So we are going little fast. It is just to maybe cover the portions, since it is theory subjects and with the numerous topics, we may not be able to discuss in detail as it is. Okay. So these levels, please keep it in mind: zero level, one level, two level, and three level for maybe marketing channels. Okay. So this is one of the question which was asked in the previous examinations. Okay, you can just go through it. Then designing distribution channel. How we will be able to design the distribution channel? What are the factors to be considered while designing the distribution channel? First of all, recognizing the need of the channel design. So as a manufacturer, you will be having something in your mind, whether you want to have such kind of maybe intermediates in the past. So whether you want to give the minimum price, that is the limited, very limited price for the consumer, that is minimum price. If you want to have such kind of model, means you should avoid the middlemen's, that is directly you will be supplying to the consumer. So right, that should be considered first. Second, setting and coordinating distribution objectives. So pricing objectives will be there, qualities will be there, maybe avoiding middlemans will be there. Such kind of objectives it will be there, that will be set first before you decide that particular channel. So that is the second stage. Third, specify the distribution task, especially whether you want to promote the product, whether you want to move the product. So we are having some models in the beginning, promotional mix and all. So product mix, promotional mix, all these things that you have to decide whether you want to promote your product, whether it is an existing product, new product, all those things will be deciding this particular task. Develop alternative channel structures. You should not go with only with one channel. Okay, if it is not working, if it is not going according to your plans, you should have a second plan. So that is the fourth stage. Alternative channel structure should be there. If this model is not working, what will be your model? Okay, sometime it may be online model. Okay, online distributors will be there. So like that, you have to see majority of the maybe Amazon product you that you can find, the price may be little less comparing to the market. Okay, why they are able to do like that? It is only because of the particular avoiding of middlemen. Okay, as a manufacturer, what they are doing, directly they are supplying the product through the online platform. Okay, so that particular intention that they are having because of this particular planning only. Okay, evaluate relevant variables. There are n number of other variables which will be
Excuse
affecting
me,
the
sir.
distribution.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
ma'am.
sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this important topic what you are teaching now?
Yes, ma'am. This only the important topic. No, I have taken from the PDF. That is your textbook. There are more topics which are there in the textbook. Again, whatever is maybe I felt like very relevant by considering your previous exams and all, I'm taking that.
Thank
Because
you.
how your distribution channel will be designed will be based on this particular elements. Okay, the process.
Okay.
Yeah. Fifth one is evaluate the relevant variables. As I said, apart from these things, there will be n number of internal as well as external variables which are affecting the distribution channel. Please evaluate those variables before you develop the maybe distribution channel. Last one, choose the best channel structure. By considering the cost and benefit analysis and other objectives of the organization and all, you have to select the best maybe channel structure for the maybe for the organization. So these are the steps you should follow, the process you should follow to develop the distribution channel. Okay, designing as well as developing the distribution channel. So these are the maybe other components which are there in your syllabus, that is retailer and wholesaler. Who is a retailer? Retailer is a person who is there in between the consumer as well as a wholesaler or maybe the manufacturer. Wholesalers are the people who are there between the maybe retailer as well as the manufacturer. Okay, so what are the functions of retailing you can find here? Arranging assortment, breaking bulk, holding stock, and providing services. Apart from that, as a retailer, they will be doing n number of other works like communicating, promoting, maybe the information processing, maybe information passing person, or maybe element. Okay, so like that, n number of maybe other functions also there for the retailer, but these are the functions you should remember for the retailer's part. Okay, arranging assortment, breaking bulk, holding stock, providing services, that is after sales services may be given. Then clarity of description will be given, like that n number of other functions also there that you can just write by your own, right? Maybe the functions of retailers. Then there are some maybe types of or classification of retailing. You can find store based as well as non store based. We may be knowing this, we may not be maybe noticing these names, but please keep it in mind these names. There will be n number of retailers who are not having the store, direct selling, mail order, telemarketing, automated vending, and also you can find Amazon's also in they are doing. These are like non-store based. They are not having the store, physical stores, but online you are getting that. And there are some store-based retailing also based on the ownership. You can find independent retailer, chain retailers, franchising, lease, maybe consumer cooperative societies, and all. You can find all these things are based on the ownership. Okay, based on the merchandise. That is the selling part you concerned. Convenience stores, supermarkets, hypermarkets, specialty stores, department stores, off-price retailers, all these factory outlets, all these things you can find based on the merchandise part. So these are the classification you should remember for the retailing. Specifically, you should remember store based and non-store based, and based on the ownership merchandise you can also find some categorization. This is not much important, but again you have to have the clarity of this particular classification. Somebody is unmuting. So there are some elements of maybe retail strategy you can find here. That is retail strategy. Retailing is also required some specific plans to defeat maybe the competitors' plans and all. So such maybe elements also you should remember in your studies. Okay, so a retail strategy is clear, well-defined plans that retail organizations should outline to tap the market and create long-term relationship with the consumer. So retail strategy is very much important for the organization. Okay, so these elements you can just keep it in mind how an organization is doing the retailing strategy. Okay, situation analysis, objectives, identification of consumers, overall strategy, specific activities, then controlling process. Okay, so the elements also I kept here. What is situation analysis? The organization have to have the situation analysis. What is the organization mission, vision, ownership, management, maybe alterations. Then apart from that, internal as well as the external situation also they need to analyze this. Okay, then they have to set what is the real objective of your retailing strategy. Is it only for the creating image, profit, customer satisfaction, or whatever, depending on the organization. Identification of consumer is the next one. Once you identify the product objectives and all, you have to identify, study the consumers. Okay, what kind of segmentation you want, what kind of mass marketing strategy you want to have, how you want to communicate, that is positioning. Like, then overall strategy, that is controllable, uncontrollable factors will be there for your retailing strategy. Each and every organization will be having some controllable as well as uncontrollable factors. Uncontrollable factors which are outside in nature. Okay, it may not be in the control of the organization. Controllable factors in the sense like it will be internal factors, it will be controllable within the organization. Then specific activities, response to environment, that is the environmental factors also you need to consider. That is internal as well as external environmental factors. That may be the university, or this one not university, the nation's budget, national policy, right, political election result, all these things are there. These things also will be affecting the maybe the retailing strategy. Then controlling, evaluation, adjustment should be there. At last you should check whether your maybe retailing strategy is going in the right track or not. That will be possible through the proper evaluation as well as the adjustment. Okay, so this element also need to check in the retailing strategy. Once you clear after the controlling process whether things are going in the right track, means you can implement it for the maybe scaling of things can be done. That means you will be able to execute the same thing for the extension. Okay, so these are the steps you should remember for the retailing strategies. And wholesaling, again, what is wholesaling I don't want to discuss. I hope you will be able to do that. all the activities involve selling of goods and service to the who buy for the resale purpose. That is the for the retailers. Those who are giving for the retailers, you can call wholesalers. Wholesalers also you can find there are two types: merchant wholesalers and or agent wholesalers. You can find this categorization. Okay, so general merchandise, all these things, I don't think it is very maybe relevant for your things, but again you can just have the types in your maybe textbook. Okay, this merchant all wholesalers as well as the agent wholesalers. Sometime as a manufacturer you will be giving the products to the merchant wholesalers, that they will be doing the mercantile activity, and all those people who are coming in the merchant wholesalers you can find in this particular slide. And agent holders wholesalers, you can find all these people like brokers, commissioners and merchants, auction companies, manufacturing agents, selling agents, all these people. Okay, so these people will be coming in the agent wholesalers. This categorization you can just keep it in mind, as we said for the retailers, wholesalers also required. Okay, so this much only I find maybe important for this particular unit. This unit is very less, but again the explanation and the maybe the component structures, you can just keep it in mind. All the heading whatever I kept in this particular slide is having more explanation in your textbook. I hope you have to have a particular strategy to understand all those elements, because examination point of view you have to have the understanding of topics. Okay, whatever there in the maybe in the slides. So the next maybe unit is talking about the promotional decision. Okay, so communication we had a discussion, process channel also we have a discussion, all the marketing mix only we have discussed so far. Okay, that you have to keep it in mind. That is product we had a discussion, pricing also we had a discussion, what type of pricing and all. Then distribution we had a discussion, why how you are to distribute the product, who all are will be coming in the process, what is the role of wholesalers, what is the role of retailers, what are the types of wholesalers and retailers, right? So far we have discussed all those things that only there in the fourth unit. Okay, promotional decision is the fifth unit. What is marketing communication? It is the process of communicating about the four elements, that is product, price, place, promotion, all those things put together you can call maybe promotional decisions. So how we are maybe doing the promotion for your product only you can find in this particular unit. Okay, so I have used maybe ChatGPT for having the minimum and better explanation for some of the terms. Okay, so in the textbook if you are finding some difficulty with respect to the explanation or definition, what you can do, you can have and maybe search on the topic for in the external websites and all, find the minimum explanation with the simplified maybe keywords and all, use that only. Nobody is asking for the same maybe definition in your examination. Your understanding should be reflected through the keywords. Okay, fine. So what are the importance of marketing communication? Why we are insisting more on the marketing communication? Okay, why we are doing this sales, promotion, advertising, direct marketing, public relation and personal selling and all? It is to communicate about the existence of your product, and it will be adding extra value to your target consumers. Okay, put together all these things you can call promotional decision. Okay, it can be advertisement, it can be maybe the direct selling part, it can be public relation, how you want to keep the communication, addressing of grievance, addressal things, everything will be there. Okay, personal selling. So we'll discuss all these things in this particular unit. So there are some objectives or importance of marketing communication. First one is behavioral modification. What is behavioral modification? It is simple. That is, your communication will be having some behavioral modification among the consumers or targeted people. Okay, your communication objectives, if it is not creating any kind of changes among the consumers, you cannot say that there is a behavioral modification among the consumers, because all your communication, all your promotion, all your advertisement, all your personal selling will be having behavioral modification among the consumers. Second objective is to inform. So you are having something to communicate. Okay, you're having something to communicate. That can be the offer, that can be the price, that can be a new product. Your objective is to inform the same thing to the targeted people. All your communications are having some purpose, having some objectives. To achieve that objective only, you are doing that. Objective to persuade. Objective is to persuade is nothing. Objective is to influence someone to convert his maybe needs into, or wants into needs, or desire into maybe purchase intention, all those things. Okay, that is, you are creating somebody, you are influencing somebody. Your communication should be having a character to influence someone. Okay, it should create some awareness, it should create some maybe influences to the consumers to maybe convert those influence into purchase intention. Okay, that is to persuade, that is to influence. Okay, then fourth one, remainder objectives. That is, you may be having a product in the market. Your product is maybe existent, that particular product is already there in the market. You are having a remainder objective. Okay, you are having an intention to remind your consumers, you are remind your maybe users to buy the product or to know about your brand. Okay, so it is a reminder to your consumers regarding your brand, your usage, your product, your services, whatever. Okay, then specific objectives, if you are having some other objectives to compete the market, compete the competitors, okay, defeat the competitors to get extra advantage over your competitors and all, these are all coming as a specific objectives. Like that, all these five maybe objectives, you can just keep it in mind with respect to marketing communication. So suppose if you are getting a question on marketing communication, you have to insist on this particular five objectives. Okay, then five modes of communications are advertising, sales, promotion, public relation, and all we'll discuss in the next slide. Okay, so I think it is kept here. Where is it? Yeah, that we'll discuss later. All those five maybe elements of communications are modes of communication. So if you are taking any of the communication, you can find this particular process. That is, sender will be sending the message, that is encoding will be there. Encoding can be done through email, oral communication, it may be for it may be through televisions. Okay, it may be through physical notice, public notice. Okay, you are encoding a message, the one message will be reaching to the consumer. Okay, once you have the message, is the content of the particular message. Okay, content of the particular communication. Sender is the person who is sending the message or sending the communication, that will be the marketer. Encoding is the process where you will be maybe communicating or changing or exchanging your thoughts into some message. Okay, the process, it can be through written, it can be through oral, it can be through video or whatever. Message is the content. This is the core subject matter of the particular communication. Decoding is the way in which the receiver is getting the same. Okay, you are doing something and it may be maybe digested. That message will be digested through in a different way to the receiver. So once you send the message, it will be decoded. It will be received by the maybe receiver. The message will be received, and later it will be communicating back to the sender. Okay, it will be communicating back to the original sender. In between, we can also find a sender. It is like external noise and all the times you will be having any chance of getting other communications, other maybe external noise and disturbances for the communication. All those things only you can find in the middle, that is the sender with the different arrows and all. So once the sender send the message through encoding, through the decoding part, receiver will be getting the message. This is the process of communication. Okay, so if you are asked to write about the communication process, you have to have this particular pattern in your answer. That is sender, encoding, message, decoding, receiver. Then again it will be back. It will be going back to the original sender. Okay, so this is the process of communication. So how you will be able to have the effective communication, or what are the factors to be considered to have an effective communication or better communication, we can find here. identify the target audience. Suppose if you want to communicate, if you want to develop an advertising for your new product, you are starting a restaurant business, you are doing this particular communication, or you are developing a communication, maybe message or mode or something. Okay, so what are the steps you should find or you should follow for the same? First one, identify the target audience. You have to identify what kind of target audience you are getting or you are going to communicate. Suppose if it is a youngsters like students and all, okay, you cannot go for radio. They may not be listening to the radio method. Okay, radio mode of communication, right? So you have to study about your target audience first. This is the first stage. Second, determine the communication objective. What you want to communicate, whether it is to promote your product, whether it is to remind about your product, whether it is to launch a product, whatever, you have to have the objectives. Design the message. It should be attractive, it should be minimum, it should be very less, right? So suppose if you are listening to an advertisement, if it is very lengthy, nobody will be listening, right? If it is listening also, there should be something catchy to listen, right? So designing the message is very much important. If you are using very complicated if you're looking for the old age people, if you're looking for different segmented kind of customers, consumers, you have to see which kind of channel will be effective for that particular segment or particular group of people. Okay, if it is not decided, if it is not designed accordingly, it will be a flop. Okay, so this is the third. Selecting the fourth one, select the communication channel. Okay, then establish the total marketing communication budget. Budget is also important. You cannot look for something great, right? So if you want to communicate in the through the maybe TV advertisement, television advertisement, if you are looking for advertisement, the local news channel will be fine. If you are looking for something for the national level, during the cricket time, if you want to communicate an advertisement, it will be costing you for crores of rupees, right? So you have to see the budget for the same. You have to set the marketing communication budget. Then promotion tools, what kind of tools you want to communicate, through which you want to communicate. It can be social media, it can be Instagram, it can be Facebook, it can be something else. Okay, the tools have to fix. Then factors in setting the marketing communication mix. As I said, apart from this, there may be a number of other factors which may be required to communicate, which may be required to consider while you are developing the communication mix. Okay, it can be the trend, it can be the competitors pricing, competitors methods, competitors policy with respect to the promotional mix and all those things should be considered. Last, measure the consumers results. Once you implement something, once you communicate something through one of the selected method and all, you have to check, you have to evaluate, you have to assess the effectiveness of the same. If it is not happening, accordingly you have to change. If it is not happening, again, if you want to continue with the same, you have to do the slight modification according to the reviews and system. Okay, whatever there in the present communication. So these are the maybe stages you have to follow or factors you have to consider to develop an effective communication system. Okay, hope it is
Sir,
clear for
ad
everyone.
which are coming on TV widget also can be considered as a communication.
Which one?
Sir, you told na some ads are coming on TV. That is also considered as a communication.
Yeah. Communication, it is in the broader sense. Okay, it is coming in the promotional part only we are discussing. Okay, it can be advertisement, it can be maybe personal selling, it can be direct selling. So all those 5 points we have discussed here, no, that is public relation, personal. Okay, for marketers point of view, communication in the sense, whatever they communicate, whatever they transferred from marketer to consumer, it can be about the product, it can be the promotion, it can be the maybe the grievance addressal, it can be dispute addressal. Okay, any of this way they are interacting each other. Okay, they are interacting. Any of these elements, any of this situation, you can place the scope of communications. Clear?
Yes.
Sir, determine the communication objective. Can you explain?
Design the, where is that, determine the communication objective. Suppose if you are developing a product, okay, sometimes if you are implementing a communication process for an existing product, it may be to promote the product, okay, it may be to enhance the product, okay, that is existing product. Sometimes if you are introducing a new product, nobody will be having the idea about the particular product, okay, so you have to see whether it is to inform about your product or remind about your product. So these are the two objectives. This is only one example, okay, like that each communication will be having an objective. Sometimes some communication, some advertisement will be having an objectives to defeat your consumers or defeat your competitors, okay, that is the purpose of the particular objective or a particular purpose of the particular communication. So you have to see what exactly you want to get out of that particular communication.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, yeah.
In developing executive communication, there is a model AIDA model. Can I know what is that?
Which one?
In developing executive communication, in the design the message, AIDA
Huh.
model.
ADA model, right? That we will
Yes, sir.
discuss here. I think it is here somewhere. I kept Backmark ADA model. That is research. ADA model. I think what are the components which are coming in the ADA model?
Message content, message structure, message format, and message workflow.
Message source.
One second. ADA, there is a simplified maybe model that you can. ADA model, I just checked, but
Is that one
see,
of the important questions, sir? May I know?
if it is asked, I think this will be easy. But again, why I didn't keep that particular model here, it is to avoid that particular complication only. This model will be giving a better understanding. Okay, so ADA is one of the model which can be considered while developing the particular communication. See here, ADA model is one of the model which you can find in your textbook, okay, but I found it is very difficult to digest by using
Sorry to
your,
interrupt, sir.
yeah.
This is more of a sales model rather than a marketing model.
No, see this one, while developing the communication process, no, while developing the communication process, how it is reaching, okay, how it is creating an action to the consumer only, talking in the ADA model, okay, you will be communicating a content, it will be getting an attention, okay, once you give the attention to the consumers by using a communication message, it may create an interest to that particular consumer. Once you have the interest, that will be creating or converting into a desire, okay, once a consumer is having a desire, the particular person will be having an action, that is purchase intention, okay. So this is the,
it's like your sales pitch, sales communication pitch.
see here, if you notice, see purchasing decision, how it is coming, okay, attention, interest, and this is doing through communication only, okay, whatever purchase intention is coming, it is through a communication. It can be direct selling, it can be promotion, advertisement, it can be anything, but each and every buying will be maybe happening through this particular stage, that is these four stages, okay, attention, interest, desire, and action. Action is nothing, the purchase intention.
Purchase.
Okay, this particular model also there in your textbook, but each and every point I am finding a lot of sub points, but I don't know how extent we will be able to justify all those maybe sub points and sub things in your textbook. But I request all of you to have little more understanding by keeping these main points. Okay, at least main points, if you are able to articulate during the examination, it will be great. But again, sub points, how extent you will be able to maybe uh, justify all those things in the examination, I think you have to check on that maybe from the PDF. Okay. So these are the maybe points you should consider. Ma'am, I hope it is clear for you. Whoever is asked, I think Aishwarya ma'am only asked.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Fine. So all these points you can
Sir,
just keep it. Yeah.
so in this PPT you have covered all the like important points from each module, sir.
Each module, whatever I felt, okay, this is completely rational. You can have the extra reading in your textbook. I'm not saying that apart from the discussed point, nothing will be asked. Things can be asked, but what I'm saying, whatever is important considering the past questions or previous patterns and all, I have covering those points. Okay. Again, the important
Okay.
topics only I'm discussing, sub points and sub examples, everything there in your maybe in your textbook. You can refer those things. Again, if you find any difficulty in any of the points, you can maybe contact, any of you can contact, okay, at any time, maybe after sharing the maybe PPT and all. You can check the PPT, you can check the PDF also. I felt some only points I had to keep in the PPT rather than copy pasting everything from the PDF. So please read your textbook and let me know if you need to have any clarity in any of the points.
Yes, sir. This is
Okay,
like,
sir.
yeah, this is like
Okay,
level
everyone,
one,
please, not
so
only
that
the
we can.
subject, Asis, yes, please.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to say that this your PPT is just like the level one. We can start with it, and then whatever we can add, we can go through the book.
Yeah, I think we should not miss this point. Okay, this is the takeaway. You
Yes,
can't
sir.
skip from the slide. You cannot reduce again from the slide. These slides are the minimum maybe points for explanation, as he
Yes.
mentioned, and
Yes.
we can
So
have
can
a
you
start.
share the number in the chat box, sir? Can you share your number?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, one second. I'm sharing the number. You can maybe add it in your group. I will share accordingly. Yes, Ankita, you are asking something.
No, sir. This only I was asking. We would need this PPT. It would help us a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, time already crossed. So I think other faculty might be waiting. If it is not there, I will external sources for examination. Yes, Preeti, you can use any sources. I think even in the examination point of view, if you are writing by your own, like by articulating by in your own way, I think it will be considered. It should be considered. Even I also done MBA distance education only from Pondicherry. Apart from my maybe regular BCom, MCom, I am also done MCom from Pondicherry University, that too regular. Distance also I done. So in my experience, in my maybe experience that I had in the examination, they will be considering, okay, even the external explanations than the same. Nobody will be going in the same pattern of wording, whatever there in your textbook. Okay. I don't have any idea, okay, Preeti ma'am, whether it is there or not. WhatsApp group is there or not. If it is there, you add me into that. Somebody can help Preeti ma'am. Is there any WhatsApp group for your MBA group?
Preeti, are you there in the operations management group?
Yeah.
Yes, we have, sir.
Okay, then I
No,
think.
I'm not there. Can you please add me in that group?
Please share your
Please
number.
share.
Okay, okay. Is there any common group? Is there means we can maybe join together and share and care. Okay, that you can do. I will also do accordingly. Okay. So fine. The rest of the maybe discussion we will have in the next class. So I request all of you try in this way. Okay, you can use ChatGPT to solve the maybe case analysis. Okay, you can copy paste your case in your from your PDF to ChatGPT to address that particular maybe uh, cases with the minimum explanation. You type extra like give solution in 50 words or maybe 100 words. If you give like that in ChatGPT, it will be giving the minimum explanation. Apart from that, I will give you how to do that, but it is for your reference. Okay, fine. So that's it for today. All of you, thank you for your maybe wonderful contribution and association during the process. you can text me and add me in the particular group. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think one more faculty, one more session is there for you, right?
Yes, sir. The extended
Okay.
session
Yeah.
is up to 3.
All the best. You prepare. Okay. I don't think only merely listening to my words may be giving you the maximum mark. You have to put a little more effort if you really want to have maximum mark. So that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Is there any WhatsApp group for our batch?
Yes, ma'am. We have a separate WhatsApp group for batch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Shall we
Good
continue
afternoon,
now?
sir.
Good afternoon, very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Shall we continue then?
So,
So your class is extended by an hour.
Sir, 2 minutes, sir. 2 minute break.
Okay, you take your own time. You tell me when to continue. Because you are there continuously for all the 5 hours. No, I think. Relax a bit for a while. Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
So in the morning class, we have attempted to solve the linear programming problem by graphical method. For that problem, equation 1 and equation 2 have been converted into straight lines and plotted in the graph. And even we have arrived at feasible region OABC, where all possible combinations of profitable product mix will be there. Out of that feasible region, we have identified the extreme points O, A, B, and C. Because only these extreme points will give in that particular direction the maximum possible profit. So we have to find out the values for this O, A, B, and C. Among the values, the highest value will be selected. Shall we proceed now?
Yes, okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, here are the points. The solution space is shaded region is OABC. The vertices of the solution space, that is OABC, are O 0, 0, A. Note down these values. Then we can refer it back to the graph and then work out the values. O represents 0, 0, A 300, 0, B 150, 300, C 0, 400. You just note down these values. I will just explain with the help of the graph now. Now going back to the graph, point O, origin. It represents O, 0, 0. A. When you see A here, point A is located here. It is 300, 0. 300, 0. Then B, the intersection of these two lines. Intersection of these two lines, x1 plus x2 is equal to 450. 2x1 plus x2 is equal to 600. Intersection of these two straight lines is called B. This B value we have to find out by solving these two equations. If you find out, if you solve these two equations, the B value will be like this: 150, 300. Then C. C is located here. C is located here. 0, 450. 0, 450. Now, what is the meaning of these values? 0, 0 means 0 number of units of product A and 0 number of units of product B to be manufactured. If you go with A, 300 units of A, 0 units of B. If you go with B, point B, 150 units of product A and 300 units of product B, that is a combination. Point C, 0 units of A and 450 units of B. If you manufacture like this, what will be the profit that the firm is expected to earn at each point? That we have to work out the values. 0, 0. First value represents product A, second value represents product B. The profit for product A is 3 rupees, profit for product B is 4 rupees. With that value, this is being multiplied and the total value of profit is arrived at for every point. For A, O, for A, for B, for C. We have arrived at the total profits by multiplying the profits with the number of units respectively. Just go through this, and if this a doubt, just tell me where you need explanation for this.
So that means we have to replace this coordinates on the graph, values of those coordinates in the equation.
Sir, I am not getting it. It's not audible.
Yes, sir. Am I okay, sir, now? Sir,
Ah,
am I
okay, sir.
audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we have to basically the coordinates of this vertices, which are we have found out, we have to replace in the equation x1 plus x2 to get the maximizer profit.
Not with the X1 and X2, sir. The
Z,
profit
I
will be
think, right?
converted, no, in the beginning. Profit per unit.
Acha, profit.
Maximize function. 3 rupees, 4
Yes, z
rupees.
is equal to x1 plus x2.
Yeah. With that value, the units are to be multiplied. So that the total profit will be there for each combination.
3x1 plus 4x2. That was the function.
Yeah. From that we are taking.
Got it, sir.
Thus, solving two equations for B to find out the point B. Because at the intersection point. Therefore, if you exactly put it in the graph, you can find out, but you can solve it by, you can arrive at the value by solving the equations. Is it over now? Let me conclude this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, O gives zero profit because it is origin only. A, that is the combination of 300 units of product A and no units of product B. That gives 900 rupees at one side. B, 150 units of A and 300 units of B. That gives a profit of 1,650 in total. Then C, 0 units of A, 450 units of B. That gives a profit of 1,800. Among these profits, 0, 900, 1,650 and 1,800, the highest value is 1,800. Therefore, this is selected. This is the optimal solution for this problem. It means the maximum profit is, since Z is the maximum profit is 1,800, and the combination of product is X1, that is product A, 0 units, product B, 450 units. Only this much can be done with the available restrictions, constraints to maximize our profit, and the maximum profit will be 1,800. This is the solution for this. Note down this solution. Let me move on to the next problem.
Sir, can you just scroll up little, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the final conclusion is like this. This is the conclusion which we are going to write. Shall I move further now?
No problem, sir.
Please, sir.
Shall I move?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So this is the maximization case. Now, if it is a minimization problem, what is to be done? Let me now explain it. The mathematical formulation is all same way only. It is a problem, just you can read out and see the solution, how it can be solved, both graphically as well as uh, mathematical formulation. A company is making cold drinks as two bottling plants located in two towns, T1 and T2, and the plant capacity of these two towns is given in the table, and the products are ABC. Total capacity of production 6,000 for A and 6,000 for A in town 1 and 2,000 in town 2. B 1,000 in town 1, 2,500 in town 2. C 3,000 each in town 1 and town 2. Now the marketing department of the company conducted a forecast of demand, and this forecast says 80,000 of bottles of product A, 22,000 bottles of product B, and 40,000 bottles of C can be demanded during the month of June. Now the operating cost per day at plant T1 and T2 are 6,000, 4,000 respectively. Now what is to be done? Find graphically the number of days for which each plant must run in June so as to minimize the operating cost while meeting the market demand. So the demand is the constraint. You have to meet the demand and minimize the cost. The mathematical formulation is like this. So minimize is at 6,000 x1 and 4,000 x2. That is the cost. Cost is to be minimized, operating cost. So here constraints are given. Bottles, product A, 80,000 bottles are to be produced. Product B, 20,000 bottles are to be produced. And C, 40,000 bottles are to be produced. But the capacity is also given. So this is the mathematical formulation of the problem. Then we have to solve this through graphical method. Do you want me to go back to the problem again? Or shall I go to the solution?
1 second, sir.
Yeah. When you complete that, you tell me. We'll scroll down for the mathematical formulation and then graphical solution. Let's scroll up. Let's scroll down.
And go down, sir.
This is the mathematical formulation.
Only one question, sir. Sir.
And graphical solution we are going to do. This is the graphical solution you can see now. just note down this. I mean, just listen to this. I will explain you. These three lines are being drawn here. Three equations are plotted in the graph as straight lines. These equations I have just condensed it. Instead of 6,000, 2,000, I have taken it as simplified. 3x1 and x2, I mean, 3x1 and x2 is equal to 40. x1 plus 2.5 x2 is equal to 22. And 3x1 plus 3x2 is equal to 40. That equations are being plotted in this graph. It is a minimization case, no? Therefore, the area, common area above these three lines are plotted now. That is called feasible region. Common area above these three lines. Common area for all the three lines above the three lines are known as feasible region. That is being dotted area. That is called feasible region. Here the points are, just listen to this point. A, this is the point, one point, and then you just move along this line. B is another point here. Again, move further on this line, common line, that is C. So A, B, C, these three vertices are there. We have to find out the values of these three vertices. A is equal to 22, 0, B 12, 4, C 0, 40. If you work out the values, that will be 1,32,000, 88,000, 1,60,000. We have to take the minimum of this because it is the concept of this variable is cost, operating cost. And the question of cost arises, you should try to minimize it. Therefore, it is minimum is 88. So point B, that is 12 units of product A and 4 units of product B are to be manufactured. So that operating cost will be less. So that is the difference between this maximization, minimization case. In the maximization case, we used to take the common area below the line. Here we used to take common area above the line. And in maximization, we used to select the vertex which has maximum value. Here we used to select the value which has minimum value. Yes, tell me now, please.
Yes, sir. Is it only the minimum maximization criteria, or we can also look into the greater than equal to that? Constraints has a greater than 40, right? That's maybe.
No. When it is minimization case, we used to take greater values, greater than or less than, greater than or equal to. If the maximization function is, I mean minimization function is given, we have to take greater than or equal constraint. When the maximization function is given, you have to take less than or equal to constraint.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, like, if it, because it's greater than, that's why in the graph it is coming in the outer space.
Yeah. Because above this graph, everything is going, maximum is infinity. From there, you reduce and come down to the least points of the common intersection area. See, these are all maximum points. No, there is no limit for maximum above the line. So from there, you come down, and finally you can stop at the point, at the common area lines. This is the line. Below this, you cannot go. That is the minimum. You cannot go beyond that.
Thank you.
So the minimum is these points, A, B, and C. If it is maximization, we start from 0. 0 is nothing. No. From here, you start and go up, and maximum that is being restricted by the lines. That is the reason why it is below and this is above. This is how maximization, minimization case are being done. Now, I am going to take up simplex method, another method. Simplex method, algebraical method, wherein the problem can be solved through some type of algorithm. Simplex method.
Algorithm, sir. Algorithm.
Some problem may be asked under graphical method. Sometimes will be asked to solve the problem under simplex method also.
Okay.
So I will teach this simplex method also so that you will have a complete coverage of
So
linear
linear.
programming.
So this is linear programming using
Yes,
simplex method.
please.
So this is linear programming using simplex
Yeah,
method.
under linear programming itself, we have two methods. One is graphical, other one is algebraical method. This algebra
Okay, sir.
is simplex
Call
method.
the simplex method. Okay, sir. Okay.
Name is simplest method, but it is very complex. Take down this problem. I will explain to you how to solve this problem under simplex method step by step.
Sir, please start.
Yes. Now, under this mathematical formulation, what is given is inequalities are given. Either less than or equal or greater than or equal. Now, there are three constraints with less than inequalities. Less than inequalities. Now, to solve this problem under simplex method, we have to remove these inequalities and make them equal. So convert inequalities into equalities. That's what I have done here. Just listen to this. We have maximized z, first one. 4x1 plus 10x2. That is kept as such. 4x1 plus 10x2. Okay. With that, we have added these variables. How these variables are added and why it is being added, I will tell you now. Take the first equation. 2x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 50. 2x1 plus x2 is less than or equal to 50. If I take it equal to 50, and sometimes it is, if it is something less than 50, it will not be equal. Therefore, what happened? On the safe side, I have added some variable to make it equal. Suppose that 2x1 plus x2, if you calculate, it will come only 48. Then you have to add two more values to make it equal. So I don't know exactly what is going to happen now. If I take the total of this 2x1 plus x2, what will be the total? I don't know now. On the safe side, I think if it is less than that, something is to be added to make it equal. So I have added some imaginary variable called slack variable s to make it equal. This s is some product. X1 is one product, x2 is one product, s is another product, s1 is another product, an imaginary product which we are not going to manufacture. Therefore, its contribution is zero only. No profit can be earned because we are not going to manufacture that. Therefore, S1 with, objective function, I have added 0 S1 for this. Similarly, for the next equation, I have another variable, S2. That is also imaginary, therefore the value of contribution is 0. And for third equation, I have added one more variable, S3. For this, I have added 0 S3 here. This is how inequality is to be converted into equalities. This will be converted into equations. Less than or more than equation is to be converted into equation. Then this is to be plotted in a table. Are you able to understand this conversion process now?
Yes,
You
sir.
add one imaginary variable and take it to objective function also there. Here also. These are the variables we have added here.
So, sir, the last constraint also we have to mention x1, x2, s1, s2, s3 should be greater than equal to 0. The last one.
Pardon, sir?
Sir, because we are adding three imaginary variables,
Yeah, in the,
So
here
we
you are telling, no?
we
Here,
have to mention here also. Yeah.
yeah. That will
Okay.
be 0 or more. Otherwise, you just remove this, leave it.
Okay.
Because we are going
And
to work out now.
we
That
could
is
take like
not be
x2,
continued.
x3.
Not
Sir,
be
could we?
continued. Okay. Now this is to be entered into your table. This is table 1. Initial basic solution. This is called initial basic solution. All the technical terms need not be bothered. This is how it should be entered now. These values are entered here. You just take down the table. I will explain the concept and then I will work out the table. Once you take down, tell me immediately, please.
Yeah, done, sir.
Shall I proceed now?
Yes, sir.
So we have to find out ZZ. That means total contribution. Note down here and there. Meaning of every term. ZJ is the total contribution. CJ is the contribution of a particular product. So if you multiply these variables in the table with the respective contribution, you will get total contribution. Listen, take the first row. In first row, I have introduced all the imaginary products. With that, we start and convert them slowly into real products. Now, this 50 is multiplied with the respective contribution. 50 into 0, how much it is? 50 into 0, 0. Similarly, 100 into 0, 0. 90 into 0, 0. All the variables in this column are to be multiplied with the respective variable, corresponding variable in the contribution column. So, I will just make both this. I will fill it up so that you will be able to know. This one and this column. These are to be multiplied. 50 plus 50 into 0, 0 plus 100 into 0, 0 plus 90 into 0, 0. 0 plus 0 plus 0, the total is 0 here. Similarly, for all other columns, every column is to be multiplied with this and the total is to be entered here. As we have 0 in the contribution column, we should have only 0 solution for this. Everything will be 0.
Sir, my question, sir, how are we getting contribution 0 column, sir, in CJ?
This one? This
yes,
one?
sir.
Yeah. S1 is a product. Contribution for S1 is 0. It is
0.
there in the maximize function.
Okay, sir. Fine.
That will be replaced slowly one by one
Okay,
to
sir.
arrive at the final solution. So everything will be 0 only now in this total contribution column.
Okay.
Right?
Right, sir.
Let me move on to the next one. Cj minus Zj. Cj, this column is Cj, and this column is also Cj. Contribution per product. Now, for this column, basic variable, there is no contribution. Here, there is a contribution for column x1. This 4 minus this Cj, 0. 4 minus 0, 4. Correct? At the top, contribution is given. Below the last row, Zj is there. Cj minus Zj, 4 minus 0, 4. Next one, how much please?
1 minus 0. 1.
How much is to be entered in the next column?
10, 10, sir.
10. Next column?
0.
Next column?
0, 0.
Okay. So over now. Up to this completed now. Let me proceed now. Take this Cj minus Zj row, that is the last row. Consider the highest positive integer. Which is the highest positive integer in this?
10.
4, 10, 0, 0, 0. Highest.
10.
Yes, please.
10, sir, 10.
10. That column, this column, no? This column is known as pivot column. Just round it off, and against that you write it is a pivot column. Pivot column.
Sir, means that why it is a pivot column? Like we choose it?
The value, the Cj Zj value, the column which contains the highest positive value of Cj Zj is called pivot column.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, we have to find out the ratio. How to find out the ratio means basic variable divided by variable element in the pivot column. Basic variable divided by element in the pivot column. Let me write here. 50 is the basic variable divided by the element in the pivot column. How much it is? Pivot column I have just marked now.
50.
It's of different color. 50 divided by 1. Can you tell me the next one? 100
Next one will be
divided by what?
100 divided by 5.
5. Yes, exactly. That is equal to 20. Similarly, next one, please.
90 divided by 3.
90 divided by
3.
how much?
3.
3.
3.
Yes, exactly. 30. This is how we have to find out the ratio. Once you find out the ratio, then select the row which contains the smallest positive integer in the ratio column. Smallest positive integer in the ratio column. So 20 is the smallest positive integer. That row is called pivot row. I have selected this pivot row. Or key row, key column, key row, or the pivot row or pivot column. Now, we have an intersection element. Pivot row and pivot column both are intersected at one point. What is the element of that?
5.
5. 5 is the key element. 5 is the key element. Note down below this. 5 is the key element. Key element is 5. With the help of this key element, we have to move further with this solution. That means this pivot row is to be replaced. Pivot row is to be replaced. What are the elements of pivot row? Let's note down the elements. Okay, 100, 2, 5, 0, 1, 0. These are the elements of pivot row. No? Let me list down these elements. 100, below that, 2, next 5, next 0,
0, 1, 0.
Next one 1, next one 0. All these elements are to be divided by, all the elements are to be divided by key elements. All the elements are divided by key element. What is the key element? 5. 100 by 5, 20. Like that, you divide all the elements by 5. 2 by 5. To keep it as 2 by 5 only. Don't simplify that. Leave it as that. Next one. 5 by 5
1
is equal to 1. Next one.
0.
0 by 5. That is equal to 0. Next one. 5.
1 by 5.
That is equal to 1 by 5. You keep it as such. You need not simplify that 1 by 5.
Okay.
then 0 by 5 is equal to 0. These are the values of replaced row. This is called new row. Now this is to be entered in the next table. Let me now draw the next table, please. Just wait a minute. Table number 2. The same columns, replacing this key row. Just a minute. Now you see this x2 is to be replaced here because this column only we are taking. This x2 is to be replaced here. The contribution of x2 is entered here. 10. Okay. These
Sir, can't
rows are
understand.
changed.
Sir, can't
Wait.
understand this steps.
I will
Okay.
tell you.
Okay.
We remove all this so that we will be able to understand. Now, from the previous one, I will remove all this also and then. What happens here? Pivot column is x2 in the previous table. That means this x2 is to be replaced with this pivot row.
Okay.
This s2. So I am replacing x2 here. The contribution is entered here. The new values of this row we have calculated here. No, that is to be entered here. 20.
Okay. Okay, sir.
2 by 5. Then 1 0.
1 0. 1 by 5.
0. 1 by 5.
0.
And then 0. Similarly, the other two rows are other two rows.
Yes,
they
sir.
are also to be replaced with new rows and new values. Let me just cancel this now and then. Okay. Now the other two rows are to be replaced. S1. Now let me take the values of S1 here. What are the values given in S1? Can one of you read this? Can you read that values? S1 row to be replaced. 50. Next value. 2 1 1 0 0.
0 0.
2 1 1 0 0. From this, we have to subtract. From everywhere we have to subtract one simple value. I will tell you what is to be subtracted. Just take down the process. Complete and then tell you so that you can take down this. Take down please simultaneously so that I will explain the completion of this. Okay, let me tell you now. Now we have to take the elements in the row to be replaced. S1 row is to be replaced. The elements in the row to be replaced is 50, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0. These are the elements. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
52, 1, 1, 0, 0. I think correct. I am correct. 52, 1, 1, 0, 0. Yes. Now this is to be subtracted with the product value of the values in the replaced row, that is new row. New row, no? The key row is been replaced, the values is to be taken. 20, 2.5, 1, 0, 1.5, and that is multiplied with the intersection element of the row to be replaced. Row to be replaced is S1. The intersection element here is 1. This value is to be multiplied with the new values of the replaced row, that is key row. New row is there. These values are to be multiplied with the key element of the row to be replaced. Here the row to be replaced is S1. I have taken all the elements of the S1. This is multiplied with the key element of this row, and the value is 22.5, 1, 0, 1.5. These are all new values of new row, elements of new row. These elements of respective elements of new rows are multiplied with the key element of the row to be replaced. Now you will get the balance. 2.5 by minus 2 minus 5. 8 by 5. 8 by 5. 8 by 5. 0.
0.
0.
1.
Minus 1 by
Minus
1 by
1. 1 by 5 minus 1 by 5.
0.
Then 0 only. These values are to be entered in the S1 row, the new table. 30. Yeah. 8 by 5. 0, 1. 0, 1. Minus 1 by 5. So these are the new values of this row. Similarly, S2 row is to be replaced.
Sir, one question, sir.
Please tell me.
Sir, the new row is S1. Why the CJ of that CJ of S1 is 0, sir?
Because the product mix is S1 only, it is not replaced. Values only we are displaying. This product is S1, it remains the same. Suppose
So
in the next table it may be replaced also.
So only the product is the same. So
to find out exactly which product and how many units are to be manufactured, we are doing this process.
Okay.
We start with this imaginary
this-
product, and that is
that's
one
the
by one
CJ.
replaced
Oh,
to
sorry,
arrive
sir.
at the final solution.
That means, sir, the CJ of the replaced row will only change. The other two rows CJ will not
Otherwise,
change.
it will remain the same.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Now, applying the same process, can you find out the new values of row S2?
Yes, sir.
We can spend another maximum 5 minutes so that we will go over. S2 row to be replaced. You just try this now. S2 original values 923001. 923001. These values are to be replaced like this. I will tell one thing so that other things you can do. The value of new row is 20 only. The intersection element only will change now. What is the intersection element of this S2 row?
Sir, it is 3.
Sir, go back to this. Intersection element of this row.
3.
That is 3.
3.
3 is the intersection element. So this is all these values are to be multiplied with 3. 20 into 3 is 60. 90 minus 60, 30. Like that, you find out values for all these elements.
Sir, I will tell you, sir. You can write, sir. So 2 by 5 into 3, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Values
sir.
are 30. 4 by 5.
4 by 5. Okay.
Yes.
4
0.
by 5.
0. Sir, after 4 by 5, 0. 0, sir. 0.
0. Okay. 0. Next one.
Again 0. Yes, sir.
0.
Minus 3 by 5.
Minus 3 by 5. Am I correct?
1. Yes, sir. And last is 1.
Okay. Okay. Just all others can just enter these values, please, quickly. Again, we have to find out the total contribution. Let me find out total contribution for one column. Other columns you can fill up, please. See, 30 into 0. See, you can leave this row completely because if you multiply any value with 0, you will get 0 only. So there
Yes,
is
sir.
no use of again 30 into 0, 8.5 into 0 like that. So leave this row also, and this row also you can leave because the contribution is 0. Again, you will get all zeros only. So we can take only this row, that is second row. These values we can enter now. 20 into 10, 200. Like that, you enter all the values here.
Four, sir. 4.
4,
10, 0, 2, 0. 2, sir. 2.
No, I think this is wrong. You just check it up, please. One by 5. Somewhere it went wrong. Wait. Somewhere they have changed it. Definitely. Is it? Just a minute, I verify this value. I think something is wrong. 100, 250. Don't come like this. Zero, 1, 0, correct. Okay. 1 by 5. Okay. 2. Next one, please. 0. Am I correct? Is it correct then?
Yes, sir. 0, sir.
Now Cj minus Zj. You go to the top. 4, 10, 0, 0, 0. So respectively it should be minus. It means subtracted. 4 minus 4. You will get 0. Next one, please.
So 10 minus 10, 0.
0. Next one,
0.
Next one, minus 2.
Minus 2.
Next one,
0 minus 0, 0.
So, again you have to refer back to this Cj and Zj column. If there is any positive integer in this, you take the highest positive integer and keep that column as pivot column and repeat the process. Here, we don't find any positive number. All are either 0 or negative number. That means that is the final solution. So in the last row, that is Cj is at 0. If there is positive number only, you have to proceed further. There is no positive number, either 0 or negative. Therefore, it is the final solution. What this final solution says is, see, you refer to the product mix column. Only x2 is there, no x1 is there. x2, how many units means 20 units. This is the basic variable, units, number of units. 20 units. 20 units of X2 may be recommended so that the maximum contribution is 200 rupees. That is the solution. So the answer is maximize Z is equal to 200 rupees. X1 is equal to 0. Now x1 we found, and x2 is equal to
20. So x2 will be 20.
This is the answer for maximize Z is equal to 200 rupees. That's the total contribution. How many units? 20 units. What is the product name? X2. This 10 is contribution per unit, so that you get total 200 rupees. So this is the answer for this now. So this is how simplex method is being worked out. If you get a positive number in the last row, again take that column as pivot column, find out the row ratio, and then take the pivot row. Again, proceed further in the same way.
Sir, it will all the positive integer will always come in the column.
Which one, sir?
Sir, the suppose the positive
No,
integer
no.
comes, it will come
It
in the
will be in
column
this
only.
row, sir. In
Column.
this row. Yeah, suppose if it is in this column, you take this column as pivot column.
Yes, sir.
If it is in
Yes.
this column, you take this column as a pivot column.
Okay, sir.
The
Otherwise, you
column
stop.
where you find positive number is pivot column.
Okay, sir. Otherwise, you stop there and find the solution.
Otherwise, we can stop. That is the final solution.
Okay, sir.
And another important thing, if somewhere you just during the arithmetical operation, if you change any number slightly, you will never find a solution. You go on repeatedly. So be carefully, and instead of 2 by 5, you enter 3 by 5 or 1 by 5 or 2 by 6, something like that. Some error is there, then you cannot complete the problem. It will go on n number of times sometimes. So if in the examination, if you don't get the answer in 2 to 3 tables, don't proceed further, please. Stop there itself. Because something went wrong in between, you cannot locate that error and you will lose the time. So in examination, if you don't find answer within 2 or 3 tables, stop the process, work out the problem. Don't waste your time. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
let us meet tomorrow then.
Okay, sir. Bye, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you to all. Thank you to everyone for attending this meeting.